my free relief. I'll pay souls that for grace and the hour I first believed. My chains I bought, I've been set free. My God, amazing grace, how sweet the time that saved the wretch like me. I was lost, but now am found. Was blood, but now how sweet. Trust grace that taught my heart to feel, and grace my free relief. I'll pay souls that for grace and the hour I first believed. My chains I bought, I've been set free. My God, my Savior is also me. In the light above is mercy ways. I need the Lord, amazing grace. The Lord has promised His word, my hope, security. Hallelujah, my shield and the part. As long as the life and glory, my chains are I've been set free. My God, my Savior is also me. In the light above is mercy ways. I need the Lord, amazing grace. I need the Lord, amazing grace. To save like it now, sun for thee to shine. But God, why can't let me hear below you be forever? Hallelujah, for the Lord God mighty reigns. Hallelujah, holy, holy, are you Lord God Almighty. Worthy is the Lamb, worthy is the Lamb. Amen.
If you're down for a usually shot.
I can't give up right now. Whatever I need, He'll provide. If I only keep the faith, oh, I know He'll make a way. You see, I'm next in line. I know. Let me sing. I'm next in line for my blessings. Tell somebody. I'm next in line. I know. I won't complain. Soon He's gone. Oh, yes, sir. I'm next in line. I know. I took my burdens and I laid them at His feet. I know my needs He supplied. Under His wings, oh, I'm gonna hide. You see, I'm next in line. I know. I'm next in line for my blessings. Whatever it is, I'm next. I don't know what you need, but He knows everything. Complain. I know He's gonna come and give Him the praise tonight. Don't complain. You see, sometimes it may seem like I can't make it over, but I'm gonna wait. Yes, I'm gonna wait until my change come. He may not come when I call Him, but He's always on time. Oh, I'm gonna wait. He's gonna work it out. You see, I believe with all of my heart. He's gonna work it out. Whatever I need. ashes we rise. There's no one like you. None like you. Our God is greater. Our God is stronger. God, you are higher than any other. Our God is healer. Awesome in power. Our God. Our God. Into the darkness you shine. Out of the ashes we rise. There's no one like you. None like you. Our God is greater. Our God is stronger. God, you are higher than any other. Our God is healer. Awesome in power. Our God. Our God. Our God is greater. Our God is stronger. God, you are higher than any other. Our God is healer. Awesome in power. Our God. Our God. And if our God is for us, then who could ever stop us? And if our God is with us, then what can stand against?
Lennox, go ahead, my brother.
Is for us, then who could ever stop us? And if our God is with us, then what can stand against?
Yes, indeed. Are you and me loud and clear, my friend?
You're loud and clear.
Yes, indeed. Of course, a pleasant good morning to all in Sundry, East, West, South, South Central, our friends in Tobago, and wherever you are, streaming on the World Wide Web, a pleasant good day to you. Yes, this is the Tuesday edition, of course, of the Ground Report. And, of course, while, of course, apologies are in the making, or should I say, is appropriate, having regard, of course, to the fact that I have not been able to, of course, deliver as I normally would do as far as the corridor transformation is concerned last night. I want to tell you that, of course, we worked all night, and I think the problem has been rectified, and that is, of course, is exemplified by the fact that I'm on this morning on the Ground Report. So it tells you that something is afoot, and that, of course, the necessary remedial work has been realized. Of course, I don't want to get into the technical details except to say that what you are concerned with, of course, is making sure that the program delivers what it normally would do. 8 days a week, some people say, even though, of course, a week will have 7 days. That means, of course, from 8 to 10 o'clock. Don't forget that. In the night, in the PM. Of course, the Ground Report, well, of course, from 6 to 10 o'clock. And we'll be joined, of course, by Gael Caribbean. And of course, I want to tell people as well, out of an abundance of caution, that of course, Gael did in fact receive a memo from TAT. So I cannot overemphasize the importance of having good, what I consider to be palatable and reasonable contributions by both the host and of course by the callers as well, because I think a major concern that they would have had in that letter was that of course the callers. I don't seem to have it in front of me now, but I thought I had it yesterday to share it with you. We didn't get the time so to do, but I think from time to time we need, of course, to revise that because we want to make certain that the program remains a viable one, and that, of course, we get all the opportunities to, of course, share the information that we would normally share with you on a daily basis in order to keep you informed, and not necessarily entertained, but certainly keep you informed as to the goings on in Trinidad and Tobago across the board, whether it be political, social, economic, spiritual, sporting, and otherwise. Once it affects, of course, the ordinary Joe, the ordinary man, in Trinidad and Tobago, of course, we will be there to advocate and to share. I'm trying to get my hand on that piece of correspondence at the same time so I can read from it. But suffice it to say that it is one that, of course, talked about children listening during the period that we would normally air the ground report, and therefore, of course, we and I wanted to, of course, share, but language such as SH, and you could SHI, and you could, of course, guess the rest. Words like that, please, we want to discontinue. And of course, very, very interesting that the letter came in at the ending, I believe, the 28th of last month, which suggests that it would have been after the elections, but the so-called potential infringement would have been before the elections. And of course, it brings me to the topic that I want to talk about now, and that is, of course, what is going on at PRIPDECO. It appears that the board is holding on. I don't think for its life, because I think if it has to hold on for its life, then of course its light will be out sooner than they think. But of course, there are actions that are taking place against the executive of that entity, where of course people are being fired. In fact, I think one was fired only yesterday. I think is the administrative, I believe, manager of that entity. And of course, their lawyers are looking at the matter. And what is the common thread relating to that matter is that, of course, the attorneys and the affected employees as well are saying that, of course, they want to belch, they want to reveal certain information, and because they are so prepared to do, and the board apparently, the current board, the leftover board from, of course, the PNM field administration of Rowley and Stuart Young, and clearly, of course, what the PNM currently perceive to be some kind of revival, some kind of resuscitation. I say to them, they are living in a fool's paradise, but we will discuss more of that a little later. I want to focus on the PRIPDECO situation, where they have fired, taken action. And of course, the employees are saying that there are certain conduct of impropriety at the level of the board, and the board is attempting, of course, to clean house. I don't know, by firing those who may be in a position to not only speak but give proof of their transgressions, that they are trying, of course, to clean house in a very limited time that they would have had. I'm saying that as well to, of course, let you know that there is a therefore vital need for the present administration to act expeditiously, to act with alacrity, especially where instances of this nature, where there's a conflict between the executive and the people who run the company on a day-to-day basis. I'm talking about state enterprises, PRIPDECO, of course, itself being a state enterprise, and of course the board, which of course are temporary, but directs the entity in terms of government policy and execution thereof. But the fact of the matter is that the elections would have been ended or concluded decisively on the 28th of April. And where, of course, situations like this rear its head, I think it is incumbent on the government, to the new government, to of course, treat with those matters before it escalates into total, what I consider to be fragmentation, to the point where the functionality may be not only questioned, but would be in jeopardy, because of course Plipdeco is the port of Point Lisa's entity. They're responsible for that vital piece of asset, and of course an important, I suppose, potential foreign exchange earner. And what we are hearing coming out, the conflict between the board, the previous board, left over from that administration, the PNM, and of course the employees at the highest level in that entity, is very troubling, and therefore a new board should be implemented sooner rather than later in order to find out what is exactly happening there. We cannot afford to have waste and corruption and nepotism taking place. One of the troubling things is that is the entity that, of course, purchased, I think, some $20,000 in ticket for PNM. PNM. I wouldn't say threat, I would say excursion. And of course, apparently there is a strategy adopted to silence those who are in a position on the executive level, to, of course, not disclose same to the incoming board, and therefore what they are doing is actually attempting to cover up, for want of a better term, their tracks. I can't see how they could do it, but they seem to be on that path. Of course, lawyers are involved, including, of course, Anand Ramlogan, representing one of the affected or disaffected, I should say, employees. So that is as it is. The other issues, I know that people will be much more in depth when we, of course, open up the lines. But of course, the other issue clearly is the PNM wallowing in their own misery. Of course, that is a party that was touted by, of course, the leadership, that they are the longest, their longevity in terms of record cannot be questioned. But of course, in terms of their performance and in terms of their ability to deliver to Trinidad and Tobago, clearly there are tremendous and acute shortcomings in terms of their management of the society when they would have been in office, in terms of their economic policies when they would have been in office, in terms of their diplomacy wise they would have been in office, in terms of the social, what I consider to be interaction with the population, their communication skills, and of course the obnoxious and clearly what I consider to be objectionable nature of the individuals that would have been chosen. And more significantly, I think, is that the PNM itself seemed to be extremely short of talent and people who could manage anything at all, having regard, of course, to what we have seen over the last, the previous 9 years of that administration, having regard, of course, to the fact that was terminated on the 28th of April. And of course, we saw people like Hines still, of course, attempting to believe that somehow he is still in charge. And then, of course, we had this situation where Dr. Rowley is still now coming out after he said that he would have gone into this sunlight. And as I said yesterday, in typical hypocritical and, of course, seem to be convenient amnesia style, and of course generating arguments that can only be described as square peg in round hole arguments, and at the same time displaying boomerang talk. In other words, the talk reflects back to them, because of course Rowley's sudden concern for the University of the West Indies is mind-boggling when one tracks his utterances and his position on UWI before the 2015 2015 general elections, when, of course, unfortunately, he was propelled with a very slim majority, clearly 23 to 18 majority, very, very, very slim, nothing like the handsome, of course, decisive victory of 26, as was indicated and is a fact after the outcome of the 28th of April's elections this year. But the fact of the matter is that here he was, of course, playing for the UWI and saying all kinds of things that clearly are contradictory, or to put another way, the antithesis of his position when he was vying for the post of prime minister, which, of course, he not only disastrously executed, but certainly to the detriment of Trinidad and Tobago, and in the process becoming the most hated, not just prime minister, but probably the hated man in Trinidad and Tobago, having regard to his obnoxious, rambunctious, and belligerence, as well as, of course, his very, what I consider to be draconian, evil, wicked, and diabolical policies and programs to the detriment not just of the middle class, but to the poor more significantly, and of course promoting in the process a so-called 1%. And that speaks volumes as to his temperament, his attitude, his policies, of course, which was carried within the bosom of the PNM, having, of course, a slim majority in the parliament, but yet still act as though they had a handsome majority, as is the case that is being enjoyed by the present Prime Minister, Kamla Prasad Bisasa, and, of course, the UNC and the coalition of interests. Chalk and cheese, so to speak. But the fact of the matter is that here it is, he was very strident. And that was as a result of Kamla Prasad Bisasa's then as opposition, although as prime minister, he being an opposition then in 2015, wanting the post of prime minister. She had talked about, of course, debate and a university, or a branch of the University of the West Indies, heading for debate, which of course is the case now that has materialized. But he was against it. That's the point I'm making. He was against it. He said in a Diego Martin meeting, if memory serves me right, and don't get me vexed before I find it and play it, but he said in no uncertain terms that Kamala Prasad Bisasa was wrong, and that she ought not to be pursuing this regional higher education entity, simply because Trinidad and Tobago, under the PNMS, has created, of course, the University of Trinidad and Tobago, or the Trinidad and Tobago University, and therefore there is where the emphasis should be. Well, boy, he coming into office, not only has he de-emphasized the Trinidad and Tobago University, but he now, of course, has turned 360 degrees, and of course is supporting the University of the West Indies now, a man who is totally not just discombobulated, but of course has some internal or intellectual, or should I say cerebral conflict. Because here it is now, he's making an argument for that, but not for the first time, because we have seen him, of course, go contrary to what he would have said on the campaign trail, as far as subsidies are concerned, as far as the property tax is concerned. And I'm saying this only to tell you that the PNM will not change, just like, of course, a tiger, it will not cannot change its stripes. Well, of course, just as a leopard cannot change its spots, the PNM will not change. Let's not waste time with that. And how can we, of course, assess that objectively, even though, of course, we may have some biases and have a subjective analysis? Well, it's very simple. Very simple. what we are seeing displaying for PNM resuscitation, or the beginnings or the nascent stages thereof, or the genesis thereof, what we are seeing is only talk about just that. We're going to come back. We're going to come back. Not a single apology from Penelope Beckles, nor anyone of those who, of course, delivered those multiple atrocities and executed same against the people. Let us not waste time. Even of course, the freshman, I've heard him on a number of occasions, talking about, of course, Marcel, the fellow who won the seat in Laventille West, and talking about the resuscitation of the PNM, and of course, it's like the Balize and the root and etc. etc. You could cut it down, and it will continue to, of course, to flourish. Well, I say to him and all of them that unless they cannot, of course, and it's too late now, but if they do it, one would say that they have the capacity. If they would apologize to the population, it will put them in good stead, and maybe consideration may be given. To think that, of course, as they say, some 100,000 persons moved away. 100,000 persons saw them as poison, as toxic, and that they believe that somehow they must apologize to those 100,000 persons who they acknowledge has moved away from the PNM, and could simply, of course, by some kind of toxic brew, some kind of toxic matrix, some kind of what I consider to be poisonous reconstitution, that they could simply, of course, waltz back into the good graces of the people. I think, of course, that they have something else coming. And what is the else? The forward march to extinction, to be relegated to the dustbin of political history. That is what I'm seeing. And of course, we on the ground report, Corridor Transformation, Observer, etc., we will be around. We are going to only intensify our efforts to tell the population who these people are, and all they are concerned with is power. And I've always, of course, tried to make a distinction between power and authority. Power is the ability to make people do what they want you to do, whether you like it or not. But authority, as exhibited by the UNC, by the current Prime Minister, and of course the coalition of interests, but you listen, people-centered. When authority is the ability to use power because it is recognized by all. In other words, people participate in the whole process. But at the end of the day, of course, as democracy will allow, the majority will have its way, whilst the minority clearly would have had its say. And I think that is fundamental. The PNM has lost that ability and any moral authority, of course, to manage the affairs of Trinidad and Tobago. And of course, we will see in the coming months and years the repercussions of that level of corruption, nepotism, cronyism, arrogance, narcissistic propensity, and indeed reckless and brutal policies against the most vulnerable in the society. Nobody will countenance that indefinitely. So if they believe that 100,000 that left them, they suddenly could, of course, regain some kind of traction, political traction or currency as a consequence of simply changing the executive and the leadership. They have another thing coming, because of course there are those who are going to be steadfast. There are those who are going to be not just resentful of that notion, but who are going to be resolute in terms of ensuring that we let that 100,000 and of course the many 100,000s that voted otherwise, that never would have voted for them or consider them. We'll have to make them understand. And therefore, of course, it brings me to the Laventils, of course, where I consider to be my mind, my body, my soul, my focus is personally. And of course, I cannot overemphasize my thanks and great appreciation for Laventil East Movement for, of course, giving not just love Laventil Outreach for Vertical Enrichment, the political party that we formed specifically to deal with the Laventil issue. Obviously, by the name tells you that we consider ourselves a regional party. I myself, of course, being political leader. And of course, when people ask me, well, what are your numbers? We simply say that we are a party formed for the Laventilians, and every single Laventilian who cares to be so nomenclated, so considered, so described, so characterized, that they are our membership. It's free of charge, of course. We don't know what the future will hold, but certainly that is how we see it. Every single Laventilian being, of course, member of Laventil Outreach for Vertical Enrichment. We have an executive, of course. We have a number of persons that we can rely on. That is why, of course, we were able to execute such a very efficacious campaign in Laventil East Movement. And I want to tell you, our original position would have been to contest Laventil West. But of course, there were last-minute adjustments. So, you had other parties coming into the coalition of interest, like CUP, for example, and therefore adjustments had to be made. And while, of course, I am not the one to question leadership, except, of course, if it is one like Rowley's, or indeed what is occurring now in the PNM for some kind of leadership and some kind of new dispensation in regard, of course, according to Penny, she visited several constituencies, and therefore that somehow suggests that they have, of course, been absolved from the evil and the wickedness and the Luciferian conduct wise in government, and somehow they could be absolved without, of course, a generic apology to the population. And that is the first step. Whether they will come back or not is highly questionable. But of course, at least they could start there. But they have not. And therefore, so far. But of course, I'm sure anytime they do it after, of course, this particular program, you would know that, of course, it is barely wolf in sheep clothing talk. It's just superficial. It's just superfluous. In other words, they don't mean it one bit. Otherwise, they would have done that from the start. But they want to demonstrate this arrogance. And this, of course, somehow believe that the PNM, or put another way, Trinidad and Tobago belongs to the PNM. And I've always asked the question, if it is that they believe that Trinidad and Tobago belongs to the PNM, and they said the source is Eric Williams, then I've often asked, and none of them could give me the answer, who gave Trinidad and Tobago to Eric Williams? I say to them that that level of arrogance, that level of contempt for the people, that level of self-imposed aggrandizement and authority has no place in contemporary, egalitarian, educated, scientifically, and of course technologically advanced Trinidad and Tobago. And we will get more so, because of course the laptops will come back and everybody will get a laptop eventually. Lost, of course, that opportunity, lost to several what I consider to be school generations over the last previous nine years prior to the 28th of April. Always we have to make that distinction, that line of demarcation, that line of making certain that we understand where it ended and where what has started. And what has started, of course, is the Kamala Prasad Bisasa UNC Coalition of Interest Administration. After, of course, the 28th of April, we have to be able to regurgitate from time to time and generate that line of demarcation to make people understand there's a commencement, there is a genesis, and there is, of course, a continuation, if you want to call that, or end. Of course, in I think there's a Latin expression when we talk about omega, and of course the other aspect of it. So that's where we should be, and those are the consideration. Again, wallowing in their own what I consider to be fantasy, their own illusions. Let's go straight, of course, to the headlines. Andy will indicate when he wants to join the conversation, because I think he has something doing at this point in time, and therefore I will not have access to the phone. So even though you are minded to make a call now, it's only when Andy gets to what I consider to be the central operations of the ground report. He is at headquarters, so to speak. And then, of course, we can engage both in terms of your voice notes and in terms of your physical calls. So you will bear with me. But let's get on with, of course, of some of the headlines. Caribbean remains committed to clean energy. I think that speaks for itself. Caribbean remains committed to that. Vibes Cartel, concert promoter, promises media conference on June. Well, that seemed to have been a fiasco. The people are claiming Vibes Cartel associates, managers, and their operations are saying that the local promoters did not complete their contractual financial obligation, and therefore there was no show, no appearance. And of course, prior to that, and maybe alongside with that, a number of other issues, such as, of course, the content of the music that would have troubled the authorities in Trinidad. And of course, there are certain commitments that were made that would, of course, make certain that there was a compromise in such a way that the concert could have taken place. Well, in fact, it did take place. The only thing is that he didn't show up. So that's an internal matter, and I suppose has legal ramification. Of course, I took note of the fact that of the amount of foreign exchange that would have been deployed for this project, for this exercise. And I see that Mr. Tanku, Dave Tanku, the Minister of Finance, has, of course, joined in that conversation. I don't know from what angle he's concerned, because from my understanding, from the readings that is, that of course most of that money came from outside of Trinidad by investors who would have invested in the concert, but of course would have been located outside of Trinidad in the United States in particular, and therefore most of that money would have been gleaned, or should I say, obtained from that source, and not necessarily from Trinidad, where of course you exchange local dollars for foreign, vitally important foreign exchange. So, but I'm sure his investigation and his concern will reveal much more than what I can express based on the limited information that we have. Mount St. George residents deny seeking vigilante justice. I think this is important because there was an incident in Tobago, as you would know, where of course a off-duty police officer shot and he was fatally wounded. Well, therefore he was killed. I get the impression is a neighbor, but he thought that he was, of course, some kind of burglar, as the case may be, and that triggered some anxiety. Let me just get to the article itself and see what's the latest. Yes, it has to do with that. Let me read some of it for you so you get an appreciation. Among St. George residents deny seeking vigilante justice because I think the home of the police officer that shot that senior citizen was in fact firebombed. From what my understanding is, of course, the nice term for it, of course, is arson. But let's hear residents among St. George, Tobago, are denying that an arson attempt on the home of a policeman on June 1st was linked to the killing of 74-year-old Frank Allen Sandy, who was shot by the policeman, his neighbor, on May 30th. So I was correct in terms of my general assessment of the situation. It was a neighbor, and of course his home was firebombed, or as they prefer to say, the victim of an arson attempt. Senior Superintendent Earl Eli said around 4 a.m. on June 1st, at the Windsor Road home of a police constable currently assisting with inquiries was attacked. No injuries were reported. Eli said no suspect had been identified, but police were pursuing several leads. Fire officials told Newsday on June 2nd, which would have been yesterday, that they received no report of a fire in the area. Eli said it was a reasonable assumption that the arson attack was related to the shooting. He urged the public to allow the police to do their job. So, of course, the senior person there, superintendent, is calling on the public to, of course, await the outcome of the investigation and not to take action, because you know a vigilante is one who takes the law into his own hands to, of course, execute or to acquire justice. So, Senior Superintendent Eli is cautioning that ought not to be. Oh, there's more. Speaking to Newsday on June 2nd, on condition of anonymity, among St. George residents said they heard about a fire, but didn't see anything. Look at the distance between the house. We heard nothing like this, a woman said. She is pleading with the public to allow the police to do their job and let the full truth come out. Everybody speculating. We are in pain. My advice would be to just give it a few days until the investigation is completed. Let the investigation conclude and then allow the chips to fall where they may. Unquote. She added, if it had a fire, it's not connected. That's as much as I can say. Another resident said she was shocked when she heard about the incident via media reports. That shocked me because I live close. Look, my house right there. As far as I know, there was no fire there. People are trying to remain relevant. Both families are hurting. Come on. Another person said, we live right here and don't know of any fire. Unquote. Police sources said around 5 a.m. on May 30th, the police officer who was reportedly off duty at the time was at his home when he was awakened by the sound of dogs barking. He allegedly heard a noise coming from the upper floor of the house and a tugging sound at the front of the door. According to the police report, upon investigating, the officer allegedly saw a man trying to enter the house. It is alleged that the man lunged at the officer with an object excuse me, in his hand, and fearing for his life, the officer fired his licensed firearm, hitting Sandy, who collapsed. Sandy was taken to the Scarborough General Hospital for treatment, but died. Eli, of course, the senior superintendent, is saying, Eli told Newsday investigators are awaiting a forensic autopsy, but the probe continues. The autopsy is a major part of the investigation, but there are other aspects of the investigation taking place. But the autopsy is the major part of the investigation. Sandy, daughter, Melissa, said her father got into an accident years ago and had a hearing issue. I see. So of course, more evidence coming out. So Sandy, who is the man who was shot by the police officer, had a hearing issue. He got into an accident some years ago. So you see why he probably couldn't hear when the police officer maybe attracted his attention. She said that she had been visited by police officers who offered condolences and also advised her of services provided by the Victim and Witness Support Unit. Sandy said she agreed to counseling, but none had been provided as yet. So that is the nature of that particular incident. I thought I should at least give you some detail, largely because it has to do, of course, with some people in haste, blood rush up, as some people would say, the head, and they decide, of course, because there's a senior citizen that was killed, and by a police officer who is trained and should be, I don't want to say more cautious, but of course that might be an appropriate word, having regard to the fact of his training, and therefore be more discerning before, of course, he discharged his firearm. So we'll see how that pans out in terms of the investigation, according to Eli, the senior superintendent there. So that is as far as that is concerned. Let me just say that Tobagonians, we know that you are grieving, but yes, of course, and there are two sides of a story. Some say three. There's the right side, the left side, and the middle side. In other words, the correct version. But let's see what transpires then. Foreign Affairs Ministry, U.S. new student visa pause temporary. Let me look at this one as well, because I think this will be important for students who are studying abroad, one, and two, those who may be contemplating going abroad. But more significantly, the policy of the Trump administration as far as foreign students are concerned. You notice Harvard University is, of course, reeling from a kind of what I consider to be conflict. I don't want to say attack, but conflict. Because, of course, the Trump administration is saying that they are anti-Semitic, meaning that they are opposed to Israelis. And therefore, of course, they want to withdraw or hold back funding for that university. Incidentally, from my reading, I understand it's the oldest university in the United States. And that speaks for itself. And of course, many inventions as well. And of course, many of the things that we take for granted in terms of medicine, in terms of space exploration, in terms of social, what I consider to be re-engineering, etc., came from that university. I was amazed to see the plethora of course, inventions and innovativeness that came out of that university. So, so it's reputable as well as a very well-enshrined institution of higher education in the United States. And And I don't think that people take it lightly for Trump to, of course, be pursuing a course of action that may endanger that contribution and that historic nexus to the United States, and of course its academic and other fields that it has been able to produce over several centuries. But let's go to that article. Foreign Affairs Ministry, U.S. new student visa pause temporary. So let's hear why. Of course, there's a picture with Sean Sobers, Honorable Sean Sobers, the man who is responsible, the Minister of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs. And the article goes as follows. The Ministry of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs says a temporary operational pause. So a temporary operational pause using temporary operational, all right. Operational pause on the new applications for U.S. student visa F1, M1, and J1 for Trinidad nationals does not signify a change in U.S. student visa policy towards Trinidad and Tobago. In a statement on June 2nd, which was yesterday, the ministry said it had spoken to its local U.S. counterparts who had confirmed the situation was a short operational pause and not a permanent change. Operational pause. I like that too. The ministry said it was important to note that U.S. student visa appointment dates were typically generated approximately 1 month in advance. Therefore, all students who have already secured and received confirmation for their visa interview appointments will have their appointments honored as scheduled. So let me repeat that. Those of you, in other words, who would have had over a month ago gotten confirmation of your appointment to meet with, I suppose, officials of the visa department or immigration department of the United States Embassy, that schedule is not broken or in any way will be interfered with, according, of course, to the information we have here. So please do not speculate, but go and as if you are going according to schedule, based on the arrangement with the embassy or the agency that intercedes on behalf of the embassy to generate, of course, appointments. Go ahead and keep that appointment. You know what the alternative is. They may well tell you that you didn't keep it and therefore you lose that money that you would have paid upfront. That is as simple as that. The current pause specifically pertains to the submission of new student visa applications. So there you have it. I mean, in a nutshell, those of you who would have already got an appointment, you keep it. Those who are pursuing that at this time, any appointment, well, of course, it has been suspended. But as they say, let me make sure, because I would have said procedurally pause, but they said operational pause. It is an operational pause. I would have said procedural pause. But that's how it is. That's there too. The ministry said it understood the concerns and anxiety that might be raised among students and their families. It said it remained hopeful and anticipated a swift resolution with a return to normal processing of new student visa applications once the internal review by the U.S. authorities was complete. So there you have it. Oh no, there's more. The Ministry of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs will continue to monitor this situation closely and will issue further updates as new information becomes available. We advise all individuals to stay informed through official channels, and not unofficial channels. Don't go by hearsay or gossip. The statement comes after the U.S. State Department issued a directive on May 27th instructing embassies and consulates worldwide to temporarily halt new appointments for students and exchange visitor FMJ visa appointments. The directive said the temporary pause had been implemented as part of an effort to expand social media screening and vetting for prospective students via applications. So let me read that again, a little puzzled here. The directive said the temporary pause had been implemented as part of an effort to expand social media screening and vetting. Social media screening and vetting. I suppose they're talking about vetting the individuals who are coming. And most likely, I understand their strategy. Most likely, every one of them would have had some kind of social media footprint, and therefore they want to vet on social media whether they have some kind of record in their past that merits either they not being offered a visa, right, for prospective students, visa applicants, right. According to data from the U.S. Homeland Security, student and exchange visitor numbers reports, TT had 1,977 students studying in the U.S. in 2023. In 2022, the number of TT nationals studying in the U.S. was 1,800. So there was a reduction of about 1,000 the previous year. Yeah, the previous year, because that is in 2022. And in 2023, of course, it ramped up by 1,000 to 1,977. On May 30th, Foreign and Caricom Affairs Minister Sean Sobers told Newsday by telephone that he would need to request the number of nationals that have gone to the U.S. to study in the last two academic years. The students interviewed by Newsday said that they were hopeful the application pause would be lifted soon so that they could study in the U.S. Right? So that's the end of that particular article. So I think those of you who are contemplating, and why I take the time to do it, you see, being an educator myself, I know that school will be out in July. People will be coming to the end of their secondary school life, and those who would have been qualified, they would have done well in their academics. So we'll be looking, most of them, I assume, will be looking for other opportunities at the tertiary level. And therefore, the United States is one place that they'll be looking at, apart from the UK and other countries. But of course, we gravitate to the United States largely because of the proximity, and maybe the cost as well, and the fact that, of course, they speak English just as us. I don't think much people will be going to a Spanish-speaking country to, of course, pursue tertiary education, unless, of course, they are fluent in that particular language and their culture and all of the other factors that will go with such a choice of somebody pursuing their academic studies. So good luck to all of you. First and foremost, of course, in the local
I'm here, so go ahead with the
exam, the Caribbean Examination Council's exam, and as well of course those who would have gone on to advance and those who now want to go to their to tertiary education. Andy will give me a note as to whether or not he's ready. But of course, I'm here simply because I'm not in at master control. Andy is there, and therefore telephone as well as voicemails I will not have access to. So I am merely filling the gap, so to speak, by of course I'm giving you information that I will not normally get the opportunity so to do, or we may not be as elaborate as the opportunity has now presented itself for so many across
Smith.
the board.
Mr. Smith, I'm here, right? So you could go ahead.
You're there. All right, sorry about that. Well, all right, Delia, what to do? Give the callers the number, and then of course we can entertain some calls. Sorry about that, and you could play some voicemails as well if you prefer. So the choice is yours.
What you would to give out the numbers and so, and I would receive the calls that I was here.
You want me to give out the numbers?
That's right, yeah.
Okay, all right. The numbers to call people, of course, are 225-6644, 225-6644, and then you have another one, of course, 239-5120, 239-5120. And of course, those of you who want to give us the WhatsApp, meaning that you give us a voicemail, well, that number is 366-3053, 366-3053. So the choice is yours. If they are callers, well, of course, you deal with that. And if they are voicemail, well, of course, you know what to do.
Thank you.
I'll pause for now. But you have to tell us which one you're pursuing.
We are waiting for the calls and so.
Oh, you're waiting for the calls. Does that mean that you don't have access to voicemail? Because we should have some voicemails by now. Unless, of course, it's not within your reach.
The voicemail is supposed to come on my phone, 326-445.
Oh, and you're not seeing it. All right. I know Andy. Yeah. Andy has exclusive control of that. So wherever he is, he will have to, of course, convey. All right. So the lines are open. Once again, of course, the lines are open. My apology. I didn't know that, of course, there was a substitute, if you want to call that, technical person at master control. Otherwise, I would have at least introduced him to you and to say that I will pause at any moment. So the numbers to call once again, of course, the lines are open, 225-6644, 225-6644, and of course the other one, 239-5120, 239-5120. Don't forget, of course, the WhatsApp. Otherwise, we may not have access, but you could, of course, make your voice notes or voicemails, and I'm sure when Andy is available and when it is convenient, we will have it done during the course of the program. We have a caller?
Oh, we don't have a caller on the line yet. You go ahead.
All right, okay. So once again, of course, let me just call the numbers again, because people would probably feeling that Andy is not there, so therefore there will be, of course, something else that would be afoot. So let me just call the numbers again. People, the numbers, the lines are open, and the numbers to call 225-6644 for the regulars, of course, and the not so regular, 225-6644, 239-5120, 239-5120. So when you're ready, you could make your calls. In the meantime, of course, we have a call.
Yes, I'll be back in a little bit. Lennox Smith. So again, the numbers, I already heard the numbers from Lennox Smith. Call the lamb line. I will organize and send the voice notes to main control. So don't forget the numbers, Trinidad and Tobago. I'll be back in a little bit. 225-6644, 225-6644, or 239-5120, 239-5120, or send a WhatsApp call at 366-3053, 366-3053. So for now, call the lamb line, but Lennox Smith, you can go ahead by the time where it's in the headliners, while we are waiting.
Yeah, just interrupt me, technical person there. If you have a call, I will pause. We give way all the time to the caller. So I want just that we have this issue this morning. So of course Andy is unavoidably indisposed, and of course we have to continue with the program. I trust that the information has been gleaned or delivered to you is helpful, particularly, of course, for those who might have been directly affected either by visa or those people in Tobago that may have been looking on as to that unfortunate incident with that off-duty police officer that
We got a call on the
caused the
line,
death.
please.
Oh, we have a caller? All right. Pleasant, good morning. Welcome to the ground report.
A pleasant good morning, Andy.
Good morning.
I'm down here,
Yes.
Mr. Lennox, ITK Director of Guile Family Workers Platform and all on the live stream. Today, I want to give a big congratulations to our honorable political leader, Mrs. Kamala Prasad-Bissessar, SC, has been crowned the People's Choice winner from the prestigious Caribbean Global Awards with a record-breaking votes of 3,850 votes from across the globe. Second place.
Wow, that is wonderful. That's wonderful. I didn't get a I didn't get a glimpse of that this morning. I had to hurry into the situation that I'm in now. But thanks very much for that piece of information. And but as far as I am concerned, personally, I'm not surprised, and I'm sure many would not be surprised as well, or most will not be surprised of that. The fact is that she has come from a long place. I say a long place in the sense of the humiliation and the criticisms and all of the political and non-political acrimonies, if you want to call it that, that was leveled against her, and to just rise above all of that and to be where she is today, I think is a tremendous feat. So thank you for that piece of information, my dear.
I am so proud. Second place is the Honorable Raz Gonzalez.
Hello.
Third place is the Honorable Mia Motley, SC Barbados. Fourth place, the Honorable Andrew Holness, Jamaica. And fifth place, the Honorable Dr. Irfan Ali, Guyana.
Wow. So she beat everybody. She beat everybody to first place.
I am so proud. Our Prime Minister's dedication and leadership and connection with all people of this country and the Caribbean speaks volumes. May God continue to bless and keep her. Thank you, gentlemen, and have a blessed day.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Well, once again, of course, congratulations from the ground report to
We got a next call on the line, please.
the Honorable, of course, Prime Minister of Trinidad and the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, Mrs. Kamala Prasad-Bissessar, for captain that award. Go ahead.
Good morning, Lennox. Hello?
We have another call?
Yes, Lennox.
Yes, go ahead. Sorry, but again, a little difficulty on this side, so you'll appreciate if I'm talking out of turn. It is as a result of that. Not that I want to interrupt you. So go ahead.
Okay. Lennox, good morning to you, Mikey, Andy, and the technicians, and to everybody out there. First, I want to congratulate Mrs. Prasad-Bissessar on getting the award for the Caribbean, oh God, I forget what's the name of the award. I was so repeating it all morning that I forgot what it is. Anyway, the Caribbean
Global, I was told, Global Award. Yeah.
For 2025. Congratulations to her. And Lennox, this is the second award that she is winning as the second term as Prime Minister. The first round she won with the Glamour Award magazine, the Glamour Magazine Award, right? And she, along with Princess Rainier and four other women, won the award, right? And now she come again and she copped the for 2025 the Caribbean Global People's Choice Award. Congratulations to her again. And Lennox, I want to tell all the naysayers and them, and I'm going to say this morning, you know, make care what, right? All the naysayers, all the PNMites, and all of them PNMites on the workers' rights platform. That's a PNM platform. All they could run all their mouth on the lady. She was running her business, right? And all they could say what all you want. her government will not fail. Her government is there for 5 years and more. And she will look after the people of this country, right? People just not looking at her and saying, oh, she can't do this, and she can't do that, and she's weak, and she's sleeping, or whatever, right? When Rowley used to be on the golf course, Lennox, nobody's saying a word. But because they're not seeing the woman. I wonder how many times we used to see Rowley. How many times?
Yeah. That indolent, lazy son of a...
Yes. Lennox, we never used to see him maybe at a press conference and then he buffing up everybody, right? He alone taking it over and whatever. We never used to see him. But suddenly, they want to see her. They want to be up in her. She must be up in their face. But run all your mouth while she running her business. You hear? Lennox, these, I don't know. I wish somebody could tell me. And I know it's something that is bothering everybody. Where did this man get all that U.S. money from, that Forex from? People cannot even get a little $200 to send for their children away and whatever. And look at how much money this man get. Where he get it? How did Central Bank? Well, they can't say Jawala do it because Jawala not there yet, right? So where did he get all this money? We would really like to.
I'm not going to speculate, but I gleaned from the article that it appears that the investment into that concert came from the United States. So it might have been, of course, persons with readily available foreign currency may have, of course, foot the bill, so to speak, or a substantial part of it. But we wait to hear what Tanku has to say because he has expressed an interest as to the source of that fund.
The source of well, we only hope he don't do
because he's supposed to get paid in US, and even in that situation, it appears that there has been a breach. There was a shortfall, so he didn't appear.
But everybody running them out now. That is Kamala and Wayne Search calls him not to come to the concert or whatever. You see, this is where PNM education come in. This is where it come in. Right? They know what is going on, but they're blaming Kamala.
It's wishful thinking, is cognitive dissonance really. They have lost. They cannot accept the loss, and therefore they are going to snap at anything to, of course, justify a monumental and massive defeat.
Yeah, it still have them antsy, Lennox, right? But as we always say, in the absence of information, there's a lot of speculation. And I'm telling you, there's a lot of speculation going on as to where this money came from, but we'll move on. And I also want to thank every citizen, every single citizen who helped this young lady for her goal to get to Yale. Everybody, she made a video with it thanking them. She said they got more than they asked for. Right? And everybody came out and supported this child, right? And before I go, Lennox, I also want to thank Wall Street. Wall Street was very instrumental since Sunday when it came out, right? Since Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday. I think Thursday was the last day because the Friday was the holiday, right? But they could still vote, but he didn't have a program. He kept pushing that link, every couple of minutes, pushing that link for people to go and vote for Mrs. Prasad Bissessar. And vote they did overwhelmingly out of 58 contestants, Lennox, and she copped the title, which is very good. And I hope that she continue doing that because you remember Lennox in her last education, she won the Mumbai Award for education. She won the one for energy with the light bulb initiative. She also won for trade and development, but that came just as they left office. But it was under her government with the trade the trade ministry. They won that, and she won accolades from Mr. Ban Ki-moon and for social services. And Mrs. Hillary Clinton for also the seamless education. So you see all what she did. So who want to talk about her? And I know she has intentions now, seeing with more that she's giving out, more the expansion of everything, Lennox. And Lennox also, before I go again, I just want to touch on something. want to remind people, Roger Alexander is not the Minister of National Security. Is not the Commissioner of Police. Right? I am hearing people comparing him to when Gary Griffith was there. Gary was doing this for crime, and that is the job of the Commissioner of Police, not so, Lennox. I stand to be corrected.
And those who are speaking to the contrary also knows that.
Exactly. The man cannot do anything. That is his job. That is what whoever is the commissioner now, I don't know, right? That is his job, to get control of the crime, he and the police officers. And we heard Lawrence Murad saying that when Rowley had hired him and Mr. Purseglove to help Faris deal with hanging, and so he said, he told them that is the job of the police. That is the job of the police, that they should be doing investigation and so. But you know, our 1 month government coming in for some good lashing, because according to some I don't want to say it, you understand, I have to be respectful, the BB Anonymous and them, right, that is a month already, and she can't get the crime under control, and she can't pay the public service and them the 10%. Apparently all of them were closing the fridge door, right, when she set out her plan, her 100 days plan. Did she say she was going to do it immediately, Lennox? No, she did not say that, right? And again, people, when I talk about respect, especially when we on Gael, everybody just push out them out and want to drop words or whatever for me. You see what happened now, Lennox? They got a letter from Telecommunications Authority. Lennox, thank you so much. I was holding on until Andy come out, but I think he might be here now. All right, so you take care and you have a good one, and let us know what's going on with your program in the night. Okay? Later, take care.
We'll be on tonight. We'll be on tonight for sure. For sure. I think we have rectified all the bugs, so to speak. All right, so we'll be on tonight. From 8 o'clock, people, the Corridor Transformation, it is called. Just, of course, log on to YouTube, Corridor Transformation, and on Facebook, of course, Alfred John. Don't log on to Corridor Transformation, you know, on Facebook.
John.
You're going to see something that you may or may not be incensed about.
Lennox, but I alone, quite a few of us, are having trouble getting on to YouTube. It's getting very hard.
So make sure it's Alfred John, because we remain hacked. Our original page remain hacked. I don't know what to do about it, but of course we are working on it. It's a work in progress. But the show has to go on. All right, and I want to thank you, incidentally, of course, for that very what I consider to be elaborate, historical as well as contemporary accolades that would have been bestowed on the current Prime Minister, Kamala Prasad Bisesa. And of course, it gives credence, you know, to hard work, tenacity, a love for what you're doing, but more so, I think it manifests what she has always been saying: God in front, and she would follow. And then, of course, there could be no other person in the office of Prime Minister that love the country more than her. And of course, all of those accolades demonstrate that. We have another call. Go ahead, caller.
Good morning, Lennox, my brother, Norfolk, Virginia.
Good morning to you.
It's been a long time. How are you doing? Hey,
I'm fine. And yourself?
Well, much better for always speaking with you, my brother. Hey, just to clear up on what you were reading out there. Thank you for doing the public service announcements in relation to the current temporary cessation of the visa applications, not only for Trinidad and Tobago, but for generally the world.
Yes, worldwide, yes.
And just to let you know that also too, I just about a couple of days ago was in a personal, private town hall with my congressional representative out here. I just want you to know, as far as Trinidad and Tobago students are concerned, you are not on that list of countries of the troublemakers, all right, for a better choice of words, okay? But sometimes you have to take some measures that will be necessary to deal with a situation, okay? You know, and you should know that too, Lennox, as a lettered man yourself, that a fertile recruitment ground for radicalism of all types, okay, is college fraternities, or not college fraternities, but colleges. And it's no different in other parts of the world, okay? And just to give an example for those who can comprehend something, what you and I know, just to give you an example, being allowed as a student into a country, let's put Trinidad and Tobago as an example, that's not a right, that's a privilege to be let into the country, right, as a student. And therefore, as a guest, well, you can call you a guest, right, of that particular state or country, right? Guess what? You are there to learn, okay? And learn the right things that you came here to do. And just to give you an example, it is not right if, for example, you're here in Trinidad as a student from wherever in the world and you come from, and then you are joining like demonstrations right outside the current Prime Minister's office or home and saying, Kamala, to hell with Kamala. And even in England, we've seen it. Well, London has fallen as far as most British are concerned. Because I remember even back in the days when Tony Blair was Prime Minister, a lot of the radicals, they would stand outside Downing Street and they're saying death to Tony Blair. But here's the question you have to ask. If it is so, if, for example, America or the Western hemisphere, which includes Trinidad and Tobago, right? If we are so evil and we are so racist and we are so whatever, what the hell you doing in our country? Okay, so that's basically the situation as far as that is concerned. Okay, and from a personal level, I can tell you also when I worked in the biotech industry, we had a guy, and I wouldn't name the country, could be from any of the bad players. And when I was in the biotech industry, we had one of the guys who worked with us, and he was a student at one of the local universities. And you know something, Lennox? He was picked up, and this was long before what's happening now. Okay? And do you know he happened to be an intelligence officer for one of the radical countries that against Western interests? All right? And that's what's going on right now. And it's not just one or two bad players, as I heard them over in a PNM station, talking about this. So anyway, Lennox, that's my, little contribution and
Thank you very much.
And this is something temporarily, but it's very, very much.
Thank you very much, of course, for that contribution. I think it has spoken volumes. It reminds me, of course, of something of historic import and at the same time relevant to our current circumstance. Because, of course, and you're quite right, it is global. But I remember, of course, Gandhi, who started, of course, his activism in South Africa, but then had to, of course, go back to India. So Carmichael, of course, he started his activism in the United States and was banned from Trinidad. So he had a reverse kind of situation to deal with. And then, of course, we see contemporarily what the UK has been saying about us in terms of persons, of course, arriving there as refugee and so on. And then when they reach there, they then, of course, exploit the system. Visiting and then, of course, then converting themselves to refugee status, taking advantage of the magnanimous, I should say, and very pleasant accommodations there. But it turns out that of course, there are certain criminal elements that have been seeking refuge there by that mechanism, and they have clamped down on it. So I think, as is the case in Trinidad, we have a duty. For example, we have quite a large influx of Venezuelans, and of course they are here without being vetted, and therefore the time would have come when our criminal justice system can no longer countenance or have the patience or the capacity to tolerate, having regard, of course, to our exponential increase in blue-collar crime activities. And therefore, of course, we too have to do the same. I suppose vice cartel is a typical example, even though, of course, it's not very pronounced. But of course, it is one that says that these kinds of elements cannot be entertained within our borders, because it creates more socio-economic and psycho-cultural challenges for limited resources that could be, of course, deployed in the remedying or controlling of these human situation. Let me put it that way. Of course, the sociologists will talk about the subterranean culture. Well, I think is that what we are referring to. So I thought it was important. With respect to Ms. Santa Cruz, very elaborate commendations of Mrs. Kamala Prasad Bisesa, the current Prime Minister. I think one should also note that she did, in fact, co-sponsor with the Jamaican Prime Minister then, and with Obama, who was the president of the United States at the time, co-sponsor, of course, anti-terrorism arguments at the United Nations as well. So she has been commended for that as well. And I'm sure that if the past administration and Rowley had taken note of that, he would have been able to do better with the United States government in a very early stage, as opposed to what he did that created all kinds of problems for us. President, good morning. We have another call.
Pleasant good morning. Pleasant good morning, gentlemen. Calling from the Barrackport here. Gentlemen, we're talking about Vibes Cartel and the type of music and influence it would have on our society and all these kind of things. But I don't think Vibes Cartel was in any position of command, of leadership, that had a murder toll of over 600 people in a year, or any other person of influence who they say is not good to generate any kind of cultural pattern of behavior in Trinidad and Tobago. I think the worst destructive force ever set foot in this country is the PNM government, especially led by Eric Williams. And people go say, so why I saying this and all this kind of thing? And if you just go back to the history of our country when Eric Williams became the Prime Minister, the first, now he was, people talk how he's highly rated as one of the brightest person in the world at that time, and he's the fourth on top of whatever academic achievement he achieved. And then you see this man becoming a prime minister of a small little country with a population probably at that time maybe about 600,000 or a little more than that, around there, right? And then setting a groundwork in a country for this population, being a scholar, being this bright person, and devise an education system that segregated and divided our population to create illiteracy in a massive way to contribute to his remaining in office. Segregating citizens, children, when you're supposed to set a precedent of how to educate a population, how to give and make education a tool of coming out of poverty and uplifting your population and making them self-sufficient, empowered, and resourceful. Instead, what he did, he divided us. He created junior sec, morning shift, evening shift, prestige school, this school, that school, and segregated the population and telling here what, you're a duncy child, you go on a junior sec. You's privileged, you's a fortunate, you go to a 5 years college. And I know I had a few idiots who go come out and say, well, I went to a junior sec and I do good. It's not a matter you went to a junior sec and you did good. It's the matter that every child doesn't learn the same way. Every child don't have the same resources. Every child don't have the same condition that you learn under. I might be able to learn the ABC, the alphabet, faster than our next child. Or the next child might be able to learn. That don't mean to say we are dotish. That don't mean to say that we need to be separated and segregated. It means that, here what? Our education system now is supposed to pick up these things and make sure that when both of us leave the institution, we are educated at the same level. And he destroyed that. He created something that made the population illiterate and dotish, duncy head. We see that playing out now in our society. We reaping the benefits of every single thing. Look at next simple example. PVC pipe have a lifespan. That is plastic and that is be in your home. We have metal pipes run across our country that gives water to the population. Any thinking leader of a country with the kind of resources that we have, had and have, would have think, hey, with this, the kind of condition, these pipes and things that are laid throughout the country in the mud and thing, it probably would have a 15-year or 20-year life expectancy. We would start to experience leak, we would start to need more expansion. Let me start to put aside like a fund, like a heritage stabilization fund, a maintenance fund for piping in the country. So that in the next 20, 30 years, I have this fund to replace and change out the majority of the piping and things so we wouldn't end up in a situation that we end up now. Simple things like that. Roads. You would say, hey, hear what? Long time it had 2 donkey carts passing in this road. We have in a growing country. Let me build some bigger bridges. Let me fix our roads properly. So we'll invest in that. And all these are things that just goes to show how these people have destroyed this country. We just talk about diversification. You tell me one other country in the world that wasn't perfectly diverse than Trinidad and Tobago before we became independent. We had cocoa, coffee, we had poultry, we had beef, we had all the natural resources you think about. We come upon energy in the late half. We had fishing, we have every single thing that you could have think of. We had the train, we had refinery, we had Caroni Limited, the Pitch Lake, we had Dunlop, the tire factory. Every single thing that a country, we had tourism, we had culture. Every single thing that you could have think about a country who now starting to look for avenues to diverse their economy. We had that. And who destroyed it? But one by one they dismantled every single thing in the country. And now they just be talking about diversification. So where we going to re-diverse? Where we diverse from? And all that come under PNM. Caroni, the last nail in the coffin was Petrotrin. They destroyed the rice industry. There's every single thing PNM destroyed in this country. Just imagine Trinidad and Tobago without a PNM. Let me tell you something. This would have been the most beautiful place in the world. Because you'd have people now in government. Rather than creating division, rather than creating racism, rather than creating class and different cultural differences, we would have been bringing the country together. We would have been investing in the education. So the person in Lavantil, Beetham, Silas would have the same opportunity and same quality of education that the man in Westmoreland and Glencoe and all these kind of things. The same opportunity that you would have to go to the bank, anybody else in the country will be able to go to the bank and have that. And that is what has created unity. And everybody in this country would have been proud to say, I am a Trinidadian. Whether you're African, Indian, Chinese, whoever it is, we'd have been singing, we're Trinidadian. We're not here not much Arrival Day and Emancipation Day and thing. We'd have one day, Trinidad and Tobago Day. Trinidadian Day. And that is what PNM do to this country. The illiterate and the arrogance and the ignorance of the people who still supporting PNM. They are in a state of disrepair. They're in a state of disbelief. They're in a state of abuse, and they cannot know how to make that effort to come out of that state. They will just have to die out and go out like flowers until eventually we would start to see things changing. Let me hope we ain't reach that bad. Let me hope that our murder toll doesn't exceed 600 and 700 anymore. Let me hope that if it have to reach some kind of murder toll, we in the 200s and dropping it as we go along and bring back that want to be a Trinidadian and Trinidad and Tobago, want to be a patriot of Trinidad and Tobago, want when we become educated, we apply our education to Trinidad and Tobago, and then you would see and understand what the cancer called PNM have done and destroyed this country we call Trinidad and Tobago. Have a good morning, gentlemen. Enjoy the rest of the day. Take care.
Thank you very much, my friend. Well said. I don't think anybody can argue with that. That, of course, what you're looking for, of course, is what we all believe should be a typical Trinbagonian socialized in such a way so as to ensure that we are extremely patriotic and that the sociological as well as psychological definition as to who or what a Trinbagonian should be. I've often described it when I'm teaching, when I have a chance to engage students and so on, particularly those in grassroots environment, and I will describe it as someone who, of course, is respectful, someone who is extremely patriotic, someone who is willing to learn, someone who understands and makes certain that their integrity matters, and therefore right and wrong should be a consideration, and most importantly, of course, their ability to be industrious, and therefore, in other words, work in such a way so that you get a fair day's pay, or put another way, put in a fair day's work for a fair day's pay. Of course, why that might be more idealistic than anything else, but of course, is something to work towards. And I think if everybody has that kind of temperament based on what they perceive to be a Trinbagonian, then we will be well on our way to a quality of life, standard of living, and an interaction that is far from what we are seeing today, and therefore superior. We have a caller. A pleasant good morning. Welcome.
Good morning. Empowerment.
Yeah.
Based on what is
good morning.
Trinbagonian, then we will be well on our way to a quality of life, standard of living, and interaction.
Hello, morning. Lennox, Felix, right? Hello?
Are you hearing him?
No, I ain't hearing the caller, you know.
Lennox.
Go ahead and talk.
Yeah, Felix here, boy.
I ain't hearing you, clearly, you know.
Say he's Felix.
Huh?
Yeah.
Say he is Felix. Felix, Lennox.
Huh?
You say he is Felix.
Oh, it's Felix, right? Yeah, yes, Felix. Okay, go ahead, Felix. Sorry about that, but they may be hearing you clearly in studio and therefore the rest of the world, but sometimes we have a difficulty here in the sub-studio, if you want to call it that. So, right. Make your contribution.
I know where it is. All right. Sometime back, I'll see I was watching a corridor transformation recorded, right? And you're talking about Eric Williams, and you're saying that Eric Williams had a style like, even you just a crap in a tie, you go vote for him.
Yeah, boy.
You remember that? And them days you was going to school, I must know about the leave school and just this stupid leader we had Eric Williams. I saying about this man mad. All them time I hear a young fella, you know, coming back up now. Rolly come and win election and he say, yeah, want nobody. Where no tie with nobody, he say.
You know, when I watching the opening the parliament with Kamala and the opposition, you know, the opposition, all of them dressed with a ballet tie.
They're gone backwards. They're gone backwards. I mean, that is so obsolete. I mean, Jurassic, and that's how we have to see them. They have no relevance in modern Trinidad and Tobago.
Yeah, but you know, in play with what 13 is. Huh? Lennox? Hello, Lennox? Hello?
Okay, you go ahead, Lennox. Lost him.
Yes, well, I didn't hear much of what he would have said, but I know that it would have been a sterling contribution nonetheless. There was something that came across my mind when I think one of the callers was speaking, and but since I have that has slipped me, let me just say that there's an article as well, Gonzalez. I work hard to better Trinidad and Tobago. I mean, I laugh, even though I didn't get the benefit of the article itself. So long as there's a call, stop me. I don't care what part of the article I would have read in, I would have reached, because I don't think this neophyte and this newcomer and this upstart displaying, of course, or arrogating unto himself a position that none of us, of course, know him to be before, of course, he was deposited on the population by Rowley, indicating that he's a man who doesn't know anything about water. And he, of course, demonstrated that by saying he was amazed to know that, of course, leaking pipes will prohibit water from reaching the upper extreme on a hill. Simply amazing statement. We have a caller? Go ahead, caller.
Yeah. Lennox, you hear me? Hello?
You won't see if you're hearing him.
No, I'm not.
Because you talking.
I'm hearing you, but I'm not hearing him.
Talking. Hello?
It happens with Andy as well, so I wanted that you do not. But I roll with the punches.
Hello.
Right, go ahead now, caller. Yeah, I hear you now. Say hello.
What I was asking you, Lennox, if you know in play what 13 is. Hello?
What you know 13 is in play with? Crapo.
What is that?
You want to know what 13 is in play with, but it is crapo.
What I think about the crapo?
You want to know in the playway chat if you know what number 13 is, but it is crapo.
And he says crapo. Oh no, I didn't know because I doesn't play that. But thanks for the information.
Yeah,
because of course crapo is significant to Laventilians because they are denigrated and have been denigrated from since Eric William times. And you have the current crop of PNMites believing that Laventil is just a vote bank for them, and they could shift any which way, and they will need to vote for them. But it's more like a very hostile relationship. Where, of course, they are suckers for punishment, and then they continue to unleash punishment on the people who back for more.
He says his money is running out on the phone, and so I don't know.
He says what?
His money running out on his phone, like.
And I'm not finished.
Yeah. So go ahead and talk, because as I say, I'm not hearing you clearly, but that is not for the first time. Go ahead. I will pause.
You could put it in, tell him that I say 13 mean crapo in the way, and 13 representative of the PNM in Parliament today.
Right. Okay, I hear you. I hear that part, at least, yes. Yeah. And 13 represent a black day as well.
Yeah, a black day, Black Friday.
Yeah.
And coming in next election, they might drop to 6. and after 6 is 0. Because what I do know that you see that Balize house, you take people for money and build that. And that has to sink like the church man was trying to build with taxpayers' money. Yeah? A wicked set of parasite. Yeah.
We have a next caller on the line there.
Go ahead, caller. Just speak because even if I'm having a challenge, go ahead. I will take my cue from the monitor or from the technician.
Yeah. Good morning.
Morning.
What I want to say, you know, I read an article that Camille wrote on the Trinidad Express. Why the hell this woman don't pack up and go just like Rowley? She should go together with her brother and just sit down there and talk one set of crap and write one set of crap because she's not better than anybody else. Another thing is why the Angostura board don't resign. What they clinging on to? Huh? Kamala should get rid of them immediately, give them letter to vacate the place. You know? Because, you know, these people, they are very, especially that guy they call Barrett, and the other one they call Mariam Richards. Why the hell they don't pack up and move? Pack up their bundle and move out. And give UNC a breathing space. You know? The government needs breathing space from these parasites. And that's what I would say this morning. You take your money.
Yeah, you could go ahead, Lennox.
Yes, indeed. Thanks. I agree with you, my friend, but you're not going to get that because it's all about power, as I said. And last night, I think in the brief period that I had to, of course, conduct the corridor, I did say that power is, of course, the ability to have people do what you like them to do, whether they like it or not. But of course, what Kabla Prasad Bisasa and the UNC and of course the coalition of interests, they demonstrate authority. And authority is the ability to use power because it is recognized by all, meaning that people-centered, participatory in a real sense. And of course, but at the end of the day, the majority will have their way in a democracy, whilst of course the minority will have their say. That being as we, of course, Gonzalez, I work hard to better Trinidad and Tobago. I don't know what these fellas believe it is, that is just so out of some kind of epiphany and they get a eureka moment, a sudden bout of intelligence, so they believe, and of course can make these kind of nonsensical statements. Nobody knew of him before, of course, he was deposited on us by, as I said earlier, Rowley. But let's hear Aruka Lopino, MP Marvin Gonzalez, in less than 3 months, has been Minister of Public Utilities, Minister of National Security, Opposition Chief Whip in the House of Representatives, and now a well-positioned nominee to become PNM chairman. After filing his nomination papers at Balize House, Port of Spain, on June 2nd, he spoke to reporters. He tied his political rise to a deep desire to serve the public and to, of course, see good governance in Trinidad and Tobago. Yeah, right. I mean, just superficial and old talk and blabbering. I mean, superfluous nonsensicalities. We have not seen that by action. Action speak louder than a word better. He continues, of course, when I came in 2020, I was a nobody in the politics, and you still are, my friend. I joined the PNM in 2013, so he's a newcomer in more ways than one, I think. But other than that, I did not participate in any election and wasn't a part of any party group. I was asked to serve in 2020 to run for the seat of Lupino Bone West, as it was then, and then surprisingly was appointed to the cabinet as the Minister of Public Utilities. Well, you ought to be because you are undeserving. Of course, and your own assessment of yourself demonstrates that. Apart from the public assessment and objective analysis so that anybody could, of course, produce on this matter. I like service, and I like serving people. I like to see people's lives being improved by people who come forward in public service. And what again he says, Gonzalez has said that was exactly what I had done in as MP in his constituency and as a minister. Yeah, right. And then I became Minister of National Security. Asked he had been lucky. He did not cite any luck. I don't consider myself lucky. I just believe that people recognize your work ethics and then recognize your capacity to do so. What I want to tell him is because when everybody run out, not only that fellow who came from the bank in that African country, what do you call him? Lee Hunt. Yeah, Lee Hunt. It's because he went out, and that's why you came in, my friend. And based on that, they asked you to come forward and serve in other capacities. So it has been a rise. I admit, he said he had never asked for any office he has occupied. I've never asked for MP. I've never asked for position of minister or position chief whip, etc. In all of these things, I have been asked, Marvin, can you come forward and offer your service to the people of Trinidad and Tobago, to the party? That's a question that somebody apparently asked him. Somebody clearly anonymous, except of course for Rowley when he said that he doesn't know anything about water, but make him in charge of WASA. Because I believe TT is better off with the PNM being in government. That is the reason why I have given my commitment to serve the party and by extension TT to ensure we have good government in this country. Well, of course, that if you ask for the joke of the year, well, that's clearly it would be very close, if not the joke of the year, because it's certainly hilarious. Gonzalez vowed to continue to give his best shot if elected PNM chairman, using his experience as an MP and minister. As he ended, a reporter half-jokingly asked if he had any check waiting for him at the Ministry of National Security, in an apparent reference to former Minister Fitzgerald Hines' recent visit to collect a check that had raised some eyebrows. Replying in kind, he smiled and said he has received no such call, and quipped that if he ever was telephoned, he would not go to those premises. Well, he should have advised. Maybe Hines should have asked him for advice. Hines being a lawyer, and he says he's a lawyer too. Gonzalez is an attorney, yes, by profession, and a former police officer. Well, of course. So joke after joke. So I thought it was important, of course, to share that article with you. Gonzalez, of course, I work hard to better Trinidad and Tobago. Yeah, right. So, of course, that is what we have, of course, these comical characters finding themselves inside, of course, the bosom of the PNM, and then, of course, giving themselves accolades that nobody else recognizes, but only them. And in pure opportunistic style, they take the opportunity because the PNM clearly has run out of talent. We have seen that Hines in the Ministry of National Security. Having, of course, been bounced around from a Ministry of Works, and then, of course, for a short period in public utilities, and then of course pushing pen behind Alwari in the office of the Attorney General, and then eventually bounced into, of course, the Ministry of National Security. After, of course, people like Stuart Young and Lee Hunt and others either, of course, just disappeared, or they would have been moved because of some public disquiet, and so people like Gonzalez ended up, of course, in these offices, and suddenly he believes that of course, he was there because of his doing, rather than a combination of opportunism and the fact that the PNM has run out of talent, clearly digging very, very, very deep. And it appears that they scraped the bottom, and even then, of the barrel, and even then, they seem to have come up with zero. Hines again, of course, and a set of people carrying the appellation or the accolade of course, of officers or ministers of debt, whether it be Rowley, whether it be, of course, Diaz Singh, whether it be Hines himself and Stuart Young, all of them, because when they were made it to treat with matters that is of life and death, whether it be under COVID, whether it be in the hospitals, whether it be crime and criminality, we have seen, of course, more debt than we could ever, of course, have contemplated in any one lifetime. So that is the reality of the PNM, the sad state of affairs. And then, of course, having a weakling like, of course, Penelope Beckers at the head, again, of course, after all else would have failed. It shows that the level of scraping that the PNM has gone to in order, of course, to come up with now a leader and a confession that, of course, the party is in total and absolute shambles. For that, of course, a Tower of Babel or more appropriately, that Humpty Dumpty to be put together again. I think, well, according to the nursery rhyme, nobody could put Humpty Dumpty together again. So I think that aptly describes the state of affairs of the PNM, a total Humpty Dumpty. That being as it may, court PTSC $15,000 fee for excursion buses unreasonable. That's an important one as well, because people conduct or pursue these excursions as a fundraiser, usually for charity, usually for a group or for some medical or some other human scenario that requires, of course, a sudden injection of large sums of money, but people wouldn't have it by way of their salaries, so they of course they organize an excursion in order, of course, to generate the funds. Sometimes it may be private persons because they want to probably to get something for Christmas, as the case may be. But of course, this story speaks volumes as to $15,000 fee for an excursion bus. Let's hear what it has to say. Once again, the court is saying PTSC $15,000 fee for excursion buses unreasonable. That's what the court is saying. So let's hear what it has to say. The High Court judge has ruled against the imposition of a $15,000 licensing fee by the Public Transport Service Corporation on private excursion buses. Well done, court. Well done. I hope it's Frank C. Prasad. Yes, it is. Justice Frank C. Prasad and his favorite judge granted declarations sought by the Private Bus Owners Operators Association and its president, Nazim Mohammed, awarding $75,000 each in vindicatory compensation. Mohammed received an additional $15,000 in nominal compensatory damages, while the association received $5,000. He declined to order a compensation for the 50 individual members of the association. So there appears that there is a matter that was taken to the court by the bus owners, the Private Bus Owners Association, against, of course, PTSC. Let's see what more we can glean from it. In August 2024, CPSAD permitted Mohammed and the association to challenge the legality of the fee in a lawsuit against the PTSC, the Transport Commissioner, and the Office of the Attorney General. Later that month, PTSC agreed to suspend the fee until the court made its determination. This allowed excursion bus owners to apply for a public service vehicle license without paying the fee for vehicle inspections until the case was determined. So their buses had to be suspended. All right, we go to the lines. Go ahead. And if you have, of course, voicemails, feel free.
Yeah. Good morning to the ground report, Senator Smith. I know Andy not wrong. Mickie. Listen something. I just want to say other thing on the demerit point system.
I'm not hearing it, so I assume that they are talking.
Yes. I understand what you're saying. Yeah. This demerit system on our roadway, seat belts and all them kind of thing, right? But what I'm saying, right? All these laws and bylaws and crazy laws and mad laws, draconian laws, all them laws will never save people's life on the road. Because people's life on the road is saved by driving, or you will say the driver. But there's a reason behind that too. There is a type of vehicles that we bring into the country that causes a lot of people to lose their life whenever they make some error or mistake on the road. Because I'm a driver from the 1970s, right? When we had things like Council and we had Zephyr 4 and Zephyr 6 and we had Austin Cambridge and Morris Oxford, all these different type of car, Adventure and whatnot. All these vehicles on them was back-wheel drive. And these vehicles them was hard because I take a shot. Because I could remember a partner on my run up the road with a Morris Oxford. And he had 6 passengers in the car. He hit a light pole. The light pole fall back on top of the car. Make something like when you put dumpling in the middle of the hood. And then he hit a tree. And the 6 passengers walk out the car just dusting little glass from the arm and everybody safe. Right? Today, as you run up to it, could be you alone and you hit a call, but the car so soft, it open up and use a dead man. Right? So it's not because the driver is driving so much worse disease that causing this amount of road death. It's the type of vehicle that they bring in and give you front wheel drive is a casket. That is a top heavy vehicle. And the vehicle is so soft. So no matter what law you implement, you will always have road death on our road because the vehicles them cannot take it. So as a man make a mistake, he dead here. Long time days, I from the beach area, and the beach area didn't even have a death until about 2005. Right, when these first 2 fellas, I can remember Rocky, and one named Tiger hit a bridge and they died. Right, so this kind of thing, what they're talking about, seatbelt, all them kind of thing is a waste of time thing. Because all my life, in my beginning of driving, I drive without seatbelt. Right, seatbelt don't save your life. Seatbelt make men lost their life in fire, in the river. Men crash head on with seatbelt and dead. So all them things is a false belief that seatbelt save your life. Everything to save your life is the driver. And today, the kind of vehicles we have on the road, your life is not being spared because these vehicles is toilet paper. So any mistake you make, use that dead man. So this points and all kind of what they're talking about is only to make money because that doesn't save you from getting yourself in an accident or dying on our roads. So Kamala had to get rid of that. And let me tell you something before I go. When you see the police on this road so much, you know how much time some drivers are frightened even when they see police? Because they know they get in charge for something or the other. So all them things just add up to our driver being incompetent and unreasonable thinking and all kind of things, fearful on the road, all kind of things that has caused accidents. I have a lot of things to say, but I can't say it because I know I was driving. I have drive for 47 years and never even make accidents. I had for that drive truck for 35 years and taxi for 10 years, so I know what I'm saying, right? But there we go. So Kamala has right to remove that demerits points because that is a complete waste of time. Until they bring better vehicle in Trinidad and Tobago, we will always have road carnage. That is my contribution this morning.
Okay, Lennox, you could go ahead now.
Yes, indeed, of course. And I was making a point about, thank you very much, caller. Making a point about the exorbitant fee that a court says that the PTSD charges for the use of their units. Let me just continue. In his June 2nd, which was yesterday ruling, C. Prasad found that while the PTSD was empowered to improve was empowered to impose fares and charges prescribed by the Minister of Transport. The corporation and the licensing authority failed to justify this steep increase. He declared. We have a caller. Go ahead.
Morning, sir.
Good morning.
Report. The best show in Trinidad and Tobago with the best host. Yeah, wherever Mickie and Andy is. A pleasant morning to you, gentlemen. Mr. Lennox, I just wanted to make a point, right? I went to the Marbella Health Center. My wife she couldn't breathe good, right? She was really gasping for air. And when we went there, I told the clerk at the counter, I would like if he could call a doctor or something to see her because this is a serious emergency. You know what the guy said? And the other lady insists also, sit down, we need to take some information. So I said, listen, guy, I will give you all the information because this is my wife, right? And they insist, you know, one of the nurses from the back just managed to be passing and she see the condition of my wife. And she said, bring her quickly. Bring her into the room. When we went into the room now, praise God, there were doctors available and they started to attend to her. And they came out and they told me a few minutes after that she was critical and her oxygen was very low. So I am asking any of the authority, please give these clerical people, give the other people the necessary training that they need in these centers, please. Yeah, and the other thing, Mr. Lennox, you know the highway down by the wharf in San Fernando. First it was up by the creek that collapsed. You know this one sinking also by where the old bus station was, the bus garage. That's sinking also. And I don't know if it have anything like where people does be held accountable. You understand? However, we hope this government, because I tell you something with respect, 9 elections passed me, and this is the first one. I actually made up my mind, and I took my wife and my daughter and them, and we went and vote. And praise God, boy, because I was feeling like, you ever get the feeling like you're scared to wake up in the morning or something like it on your shoulder and it's just not leaving you? That was like how the PNM had things in this country, boy. And the other thing is, sometimes we talking about all these road carnage and things. You know, rainfall. And I just driving like normal. And I just, all of a sudden, I fall down in a pothole. And that probably was like, I don't know, boy, like the PNM was pure neglect. And we had to say thanks and praise to God. He removed these cruel, evil, sickening, devious, devilish, thieving, crooked people. And we hope, as you always used to say, Mr. Lennox, that they end up in the dustbin of history forever. Have a nice one, sir, and it's always good to see you. And I find, like every time I see you on the show, you're looking a little more younger. So you got to tell us where you found the fountain. Take care, sir. Have a nice one.
Go ahead on, Lennox.
Yes, indeed. Of course, just bring that article to a close. Once again, of course, it's an article dealing with, of course, the high cost of PTSD units for exclusion purposes, and a judge, of course, indicating that it was too exorbitant. $15,000 is simply too high. And of course, he's saying that he's not taking away the right of the corporation via the minister to, of course, impose fares, but of course, and charges. But of course, he says that. Let me just read from there. In his June 2nd yesterday ruling, C. Prasad found that while the PTSC was empowered to impose fares and the charges prescribed by the Minister of Transport, the corporation and the licensing authority failed to justify the steep increase. He declared that the claimant's rights and legitimate expectations had been breached. The judge noted PTSC's explanation that the fee was needed to increase revenue, along with the Transport Commissioner's claim that the PSV license ensured vehicles were registered correctly. It did not offer a sound enough basis to override the claimant's legitimate expectations that you will get. In other words, the legitimate expectations from what I'm reading here is that, of course, the private taxi people, because they could not ply their trade, they of course utilize PTSC buses, but it was so high. PTSC saying that they want the revenue just so it's like some people I could recall very distinctly because even though the value of their property may be lower than what they are asking, but they're asking the higher price because the money had to share up among 10 of them, as the case may be. Totally ridiculous. Well, I suppose this is a similar situation here, right? Correctly, did not offer a sound right. It continues. He added, that is the judge, that under the Public Transport Service Act, there are other mechanisms through which the PTSC can raise internal revenue. He also pointed to a myriad of statutory provisions in the Motor Vehicles and Road Traffic Act that ensure compliance with omnibus operators. As C. Prasad said, so they want to have the cake and eat it. Stop the people from, of course, flying, utilize PTSC bus, and then entrap them into, of course, paying that exorbitant price. Well, they took the tails to court. The private service transport people, and of course they said, and the court agreed with their case that you cannot utilize them to increase your profit margin in the way that they have. C. Prasad said before reimposing the fee, after nearly 2 decades without it, operators should have been notified and consulted. The failure of the defendants, that is to say PTSC, and the Transport Commissioner to properly consult with the claimants and their members before the reintroduction and the reimposition of the private service vehicle license, and the fee breaches the fundamental principles of natural justice, as no fair hearing was afforded to them. He wrote, calling the move fundamentally unfair. The judge said evidence suggested an intent to penalize operators who did not obtain the PSV license by limiting the number of passengers their vehicles could carry. He said this would render their operations commercially unsustainable and effectively subject them to PTSC's control. Wow! So wow, this is a victory for, of course, poor people. I must say. C. Prasad also found that the application of the PSV license, and the fee was unequal. He noted, excuse me, that excursions bus operators who do not use PTSC facilities were being charged $15,000 annually, compared to $2,400 charged to Route 2 red band maxi taxis operators who do use PTSC facilities. It is difficult to understand why they are charged more than Route 2 operators. This is a stark distinction, he said. He continued, of course, it could not have been without Parliament's contemplation that the PSV fee collected from the claimants and other operators should be a primary source of funding to maintain the PTSC's facilities. He added, the service provided by the claimants ought not to be marginalized. Given the pressing need for economic diversification, Sipasad said, tourism development should be a national priority. Tours, trips, and excursions should be viewed as an essential aspect of the tourism expansion effort. He said policies should support, not hinder, private bus operators with oppressive or unreasonable requirements. There exists a need to revamp how decisions are made. He continued. Wow, very comprehensive. Not only criticizing the policies, not only criticizing the methodology, but also criticizing, of course, the way the decisions are made. Every effort must be made to eliminate oppressive bureaucratic approaches and adopt policies that facilitate the ease of doing business. Well said. Andy's favorite judge, yes. In their claim, attorneys led by Anand Ram Logan SC said that the association's members who conduct charters and excursions using refurbished former PTSC buses were charged the PSV fee between 1997 and 2004, initially set at $100. The fee rose annually to $7,500 in 2004. According to the claimants, in 2004, officials informed them that PTSC lacked the authority to impose the fee, and it would no longer be required for transactions with the licensing authority. Based on that directive, they continued conducting transfers and inspections without the license. Yes, indeed. Of course, the lines are open. Of course, quite a landmark in my view. Of course, victory for private maxi taxi owners, of course, who have been spared by the court the drudgery or the difficulty of forking out $15,000 to treat with matters that ought not to have been unstymied their business, and the judge is saying in no certain terms that ought not to be. So you're supposed to do things in such a way as a state agency to facilitate, to encourage ease of doing business, and to make certain that people are incentivized to, of course, do their business, because the service they're providing is transportation to people, whether it be, of course, the normal commuter, or whether it be for tourist reasons who may visitors who may be here and want to get to different places that are of some kind of attraction to them. So well done, C. Prasad. I think that speaks volumes. Let me just give you the numbers again. Of course, Andy has unfortunately been not with us today. So far, he has some urgent things to see about. And of course, yours truly is here, of course, taking up the slack, so to speak. Let me give you the numbers again, 225-6644, 225-6644. And that is so in spite of the fact that I'm having difficulty hearing those persons who may be making their calls. But I assume that the calls are valid. Once, of course, the population, the audience here, I have no difficulty in not hearing. And if you want me to make that... All right, go ahead, caller.
Good morning, gentlemen. Good morning again. Barack for calling here. Gentlemen, are you all blocking or screening any calls?
He wants to know if we blocking or screening any calls. Hello?
Yeah, because the reason why I'm asking this question is it seems like people who just call in and complain about people being long on the phone, and they're getting an opportunity to call in. I was just trying to understand, for the last, how much, nearly an hour, Lennox talking, nobody in calling in. As soon as Miss Santa Cruz Woodbrook or myself or other people call in, it always have people who have an issue and who taking long. I don't know if these people just want to hear themselves on the radio, or they really have something to contribute to the program or the country. You understand? And look how much time went, and none of them even call in. But as soon as somebody call and say a little Mr. Tuna Puna or some guy bringing across a point, they're on the phone too long and once it a tralala thing. Only the whole morning, nobody ain't calling. As soon as a man come and talk something, they always have an issue with that. You see how this life does really work? You know, it's have people who, no matter what, would always look for faults in every single thing to try to bring down or to show their relevance. And when the opportunity comes for you to come out, support, stand up, you know we are wrong. That's how life is in this country. And if we change that way of our mentality and thinking and look at things the positive way and support things rather than always looking for something in return. I coming out to support this, so I want something in return. I doing this, so I want something in return. Rather than doing something for yourself and for the country and don't expect nothing for in return, then you'll see a better Trinidad and Tobago. I just want to mention something about the demerits point system, and these idiots who talking about demerits points would have prevented all the accidents that take place in the thing. And then, let me tell you something. I used to fly out from Piarco to go on the platform for the last 25 years. And I asked the pilot, I say, Captain, what is the purpose for we wearing the seat belt? Because it was mandatory. I had to strap up in the cockpit of the chopper. I said, what is the purpose of the seat belt? Would the seat belt save us? He said, let me tell you something. There's two ways a chopper does go down. A chopper is have an emergency landing, where if something malfunction with chopper, you could land the chopper, you land it in either the bush or in the water or some kind of thing, and then you come out the chopper. He said, if any time a crash landing take place, the purpose of the seat belt is to ensure all the bodies remain inside the chopper, because everybody going to dead. From up there, a chopper crash on land is dead people, or if it crash in the sea, is dead people. And the purpose of the seat belt now is to ensure that now the relatives and the family get their loved ones. The body will remain in the cockpit, and you come and you pull them out and take. Likewise with vehicles. Seat belt is one of the most false sense of security and safety in our vehicle. When seatbelt became mandatory, that you have to wear seatbelt, I started to wear seatbelt right through. And then after a while, I realized I started to take unnecessary chances while driving. Probably speeding a little more during the wet roads. Taking a chance, overtaking. Stopping closer than I normally would to a vehicle. And all that thing is because I started to think that this seatbelt is going to save my life. This seatbelt is my protection in this vehicle. And not realizing the only safety it have in a vehicle is me, the driver. That steering that I hold on to, those pedals that I am in control of, and the eyesight and the capacity to think is what saves and will protect me in that vehicle, or the people who travel with me. It won't protect some idiot running across the highway and killing me or my family in the vehicle, but where I am in control of that vehicle. So after a while, I think I started to realize, let me take off the seatbelt and drive a little bit on the highway and thing, and get back that sense of alertness and bring back that thought of, hey, I am the one in control of this vehicle. Seatbelts are going to protect me. And that's the same thing. And the second part of what is most responsible for most of the carnage on the road is the condition of the roads. We are the worst roads, look at piece of dotishness they do from Chase Village to Chaguanas, the widen. They have about 30 white lines on the road. As the rain falls, you don't know where to go on the road with your vehicle. You don't know which part of the road your side on. You don't know where the other car is supposed to be driving. So you got to take a chance driving from Chase Village to Chaguanas. All wrong Siram Brothers. It have about 99 million white line on the road. Where your vehicle all over the highway. And all these things is simple little thing that could prevent people from losing their lives or getting an accident on the highway. So, I don't talk. Let who want to call now and say I talk too long, there is no problem. I could understand that. Have a good morning again, gentlemen. Take care.
Yes, indeed. I think he spoke volumes there. We have another call. If you have another call, go ahead. I didn't hear much of what he would have said, except, of course, I think I got the gist of persons who maybe they don't want to take the opportunity, and as soon as someone else does it, they criticize. I would have had a situation like that on my own program in the night on the corridor when, of course, I have a fellow who is right or wrong, a businessman, a budding businessman, and he would come every night religiously and make his contribution. But there are those around who were saying that he ain't talking good, and those very guys, I the kind of man will, of course, invite those persons who are criticizing someone for doing something. At least they're doing something. It's better you try and fail than fail to try. And up to now, I've not been able to get the arch criticizer to come on the program and make his contribution. But that is how it is. There are those who are going to sit and look on and then, of course, criticize. And there are those who will get their hands dirty. And I think those who are prepared to get their hands dirty in spite of the challenges, I think you should commend them. Yes, go ahead, caller.
Good morning, my brother, Mr. Lennox, and the Mickie and Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Barapo, I want to say you is a man with a stock real sense. I enjoy listening to you, whenever you talk. You and Mr. Tula and many more, right? You always talk with sense and only know plenty history. So I recommend that, man. You have no fear. Yet, I want to say to this scrap old iron and scrap iron man, well, day before yesterday, I was so impressed. When I saw him on TV there, and he looked so happy and refined. You see the smile on the man's face. Before then, right? He had a sad face. The little tears want to come out from his eyes. But I am so proud because I always talked about him. I always say that he need the scrap iron. He loved the scrap iron. And the regime before wanted to take it away from him. You understand? But I have to say, you get back your scrap iron, your own iron and pan and everything. You get it back. The smile on your face has been improved. So I'm glad for you. Things happening. And you know that you said it yourself. It's happening. And you're seeing the reality of it. Your dreams are coming true. It is coming true. And you will be well ahead of the goodness you will enjoy of your own pan, your own iron, and everything. Because he's a man, you have the industry and you will want to see things happen so you could help people. You will help people and the industrial thing. And I'm calling on the Prime Minister, our Honorable Prime Minister. Help him out for me, please. Because he's a man. He wants to see the place clean and nice. He don't want no old pan and no scrap iron laying around. I myself have an old fridge and all. If you need it and you want it, you will have it. Because you is a man of dreams. Thank you very much and keep it up. And don't cry for me. When I watch you on TV, I don't want to see no cry face and your eyes red and your things happening. Just believe in God and you will get there.
Okay, Lennox, you could go ahead, thanks.
Yes, indeed. Well, I was making the point earlier that there are those who, of course, would not lift a finger to, of course, see the world go round, but, of course, will be in a perpetual state of criticism, and I think that is so unfortunate. What is required here, people, is that everybody in their respective areas, and even if, of course, you may tell yourself that you don't have a contribution to make, I could assure you, once you are a citizen of this country, all of us have some kind of contribution to make. You may not have discovered in what area as yet, but of course I suggest strongly that you find out what are your strengths, what are your weaknesses, and where you can make, because Trinidad and Tobago needs everyone. Don't do like Gonzalez. He is talking things because he has hitched his wagon to organization that its entire raison d'etre, its entire reason for existence is, of course, gaining power. And when they gain power, they then, of course, misuse, abuse, and treat the people like dirt. And what you don't want, of course, is to be associated with something like that. Because, of course, human beings are progressive. They feel offended when they are disrespected, when they are abused, when they are exploited. And of course, history is replete with all kinds of situations like that from time immemorial, not to be conscious. And of course, it will be remiss of me and of course the program and what we represent to not, of course, tell you that that is the reality, but there are ways and means, there are formulae to get around that, and the best way, of course, is to make certain that you are able to make your contribution. As I said yesterday, that I did in fact send an additional piece of document to the Honorable Prime Minister, who, of course, I think that was about almost midnight on Sunday night, and about 12:30 she responded and gave me access. In fact, she said she will communicate with those ministers, but gave me access to certain ministers for the time being. And I want to say that, and I'm speaking here directly, of course, to Lavantillians, and there are those who believe that we ought not to focus on them because they have not demonstrated the paradigm shift that is required of them at this point in time to emerge out of the morass and the decadence and the humiliation and the disrespect and the second-class, third-class citizens that the rest of the society may make us out to believe we are, or worse yet, we ourselves believing that we are in fact no good and we can't make contributions. Well, I say that is the minority, that is the few among us. But we have to find ways and means of dealing with those who have not yet reached that level of consciousness. And that is a job, of course, that I have committed myself to. And those of us who are conscious and have joined that crusade, so to speak, to make the Laverton people understand that we gave the country its culture, steel band, calypso, mass, carnival, and that while we are suffering from all kinds of what I consider to be debilities, most of which are considered to be unhealthy for the society, the fact of the matter is that those of us who are conscious, we cannot just up and go. That's, of course, the contributing to the brain drain. Because what I have seen in my research and, of course, my experience over the years is that a fella did well in school, and then, of course, he gets a job maybe in a bank or a teacher or a police officer and so on, and then he moves out. But, of course, there remains those persons who are least qualified to lead, And as a consequence of that, you have, of course, the displacement and the maladministration and the poor leadership in circumstances where a community such as that, where you have this brain drain, more than anybody else, more than any other community, requires people who can live up to the task and who can meet the grade and who can demonstrate the capacity to move the people forward. They simply migrate, and is a situation of the blind leading the blind. So those of us who are conscious say, no, I think I would have done much better in my private capacity outside of my commitment to Laverton and communities such as these, Beetham, Sealats, etc. But I remained here in spite of the fact that there is tremendous potential. And that's because of my belief in the community. We gave the country, as I said, its national culture, steel band, calypso, etc. And we can, of course, rise to the occasion by the type of what we need, however, is power. That is why we formed Laverton Lottery for Vertical Enrichment. We realized that at the level of the community, we will not be able to achieve as expeditiously in the first case or never at all. Because when you have a P&M dominance or dominating these constituencies or these areas, they see us as just a vote bank, full stop. And the abuse and the unholy and unhealthy relationship that we would have had, abusive relationship, according to Archbishop Barbara Grayburg. And she knows, she has been there, she's still there, and she has stayed with all the humiliation and all of the, what I consider to be displacements. Because if we give the PNM a chance, if we only had the money, he got rid of all of East Port of Spain already. That would have been, of course, a major achievement for them. But what would have happened to the rest of the society is that the very people who they say bad, who they say are engaged, of course, in these home invasions, who are engaged, of course, in kidnapping and robberies, etc., they will now be placed closer to the homes of those persons who either are unfamiliar or never expected that their community will become a haven for elements that will convert their community into, of course, what these people would have left because of the displacement by Rowley and they by very myopic policies of course, displacing the community, gentrifying it, meaning that they're bringing their people, maybe gated community, etc. They're 1%ers, while the rest of the population suffers. So I want to thank, of course, the population nonetheless.
Well, Lennox Smith, I must tell you, always saying that you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. And this UNC government, led by Kamala Prasad Bisesa, as they say, when UNC win, everybody wins. And anybody that don't have sense, that they actually don't have common sense, wouldn't understand what it is you're trying to say there. At the end of the day, whether Lavanti didn't vote for the UNC or however, we still as a people have to pay particular attention to Lavanti, and because those is the areas where in Port of Spain area, where the majority of the criminals coming from, whether it be the chain snatchers, whether it be the car thief man, whether it be the shooters, the ones who will come to kill you, whether it be the home invaders, the ones who come to kill you, who will come to invade your home, rape your family members, and all them kind of bacchanal thing, whether it be what, if you leave them undone and we ignore them, understanding what it is going on, and they are the unfortunate based again on PNM running this country for all these years, 40-something, 50 years, and left it to that. We can't blame them, the system are them there. Yes, like me and you. We smart enough to know what's the law, obey the law, do the right thing. Yes, we are. But sorry, in life, it are people smart and it are people smart. It are people dotish and it are people dotisha. It are up, it are down. It are true, it are false. It is what it is. It are them and it are we. And if it is we don't study them, that's what Lennox Smith is trying to say. Those, whether you're going to a gated community, whether you have security by a gate, Trinidad and Tobago will deteriorate to the extent that you all in the gated communities, you all were not that running from fixing the problem, which will make the problem even more worse. That is what will go on. They will now start to jump your gated communities. That's when you will start to see politicians and councillors and all these people getting shoot, kill. That is how bad it can deteriorate. It's facts. Some of you might be listening and you all will say, oh God, Lennox Smith there with his Lavanti, them in no hope, them in this, them in that, and all that kind of bacchanal thing. Some of you will be saying all of that. Jumping from where you go say, listen to the message. Don't shoot down the messenger. Lennox Smith is the messenger. He gave I vaccine. I smart enough to know all what Lennox Smith said there. When it coming to a government, we have to take particular attention to those depressed areas, which is the same PNM areas that producing majority of the monsters that coming to invade your house. You end up in the grocery by mistake, they're going to rob there. You end up in misfire, one of your children come and dead. Yes? Yeah.
Andy, I stood there and admiring you, man, because I may not have been as graphic as you have been, but that is the reality. And I really want to commend you for, of course, bringing up the rear. I think that is the fact, and that's what we have been saying from time immemorial. That is what we are trying to avoid. And when the PNM comes, like take for example, Gart Christopher was the latest victim. When the community itself see the problem, decides to do something about it, and when the PNM comes into government, they then, of course, destroy or break down. So, God Christopher saw the abandoned Movan Health Center. He got assistance, upgraded it, computers, etc., set up a homework center. And as soon as the PNM came in 2015, with Leon's being a fellow who, of course, is supposed to be a grassroots man, so he say. But of course, we know, of course, Heinz is a publicity elitist, publicity dread elitist African or Rastafarian. They just close it down. And so many others that people who could least afford it, at least sustain it, so whether it be athletics, whether it be sports, whether it be education at the different level. In my case, of course, mine was vocational. Over 6,000 youths graduated from my program. PNM simply closed it down by starving it for funding, or in God Christopher's case, the building still belonged to the government, and they simply took the building. And what you have done, so if there were 25 young people going there to improve themselves, you effectively throw 25 potentially young people from living, of course, something totally different to, of course, a life that they may gravitate to, a life of crime, gang warfare, gang activities, criminal behavior, etc. That is what you would have done.
Lennox Smith.
And the PNF can understand that up to now.
Nice, but we know Kamlopo Sadbi session, the UNC will understand that, because what we ignore now will come and haunt we after. So anything we ignore now will come and haunt we after. Yeah. But in everything, you have to do the Jumbies, the PNM still around. I still happy that they out of office, but the Jumbies and them still around. So it raises it up, you know. Everybody in their own way pushing that weight off of we back. Yeah, we pushing. We wait, but what? We pushing the weight. We pushing that weight off we back, and it's nobody else. Tell we push that weight off we back while we continue the program and open the lines to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Done with God. Talking about
The Ground Report with Mickie K, Andy Williams, and Lennox Smith.
Bang, bang, bang.
Enjoying yourself on YouTube, but on the Discord, I hear that music to justify them movements you're making there.
Bang, 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 bang.
Nice. Yeah, well, I don't know what's going on with you on your side there. But at the end of the day, always said there, Trinidad and Tobago have to understand, many of us will play ignorant and will try to run from that fact. But the fact is, if we leave that, which them is the most vulnerable, them is the ones that them criminal elements and them the leaders and them however it go in and pick them up Just treat them little good. And hey, rub there. Rub there. And they're gone. Oh, shoot there. And they're gone. That house they have a vault. Go home and invade there. I thought 2 sweet daughters. Eat our food, punching, they smoke the weed, and they're there. It is what it is. It is what it is. Well, while we cannot have ignored that, what we also cannot ignore is some of the issues that you all may not like the issue where my co-host bring or myself bring. And you all have issues that you all want to bring forward for front burner. Things that at the end of the day that Trinidad and Tobago needs to know that nobody don't know. That will be talking about, because we are a very constructive program. We are about building Trinidad and Tobago. We are about not a bacchanal this and that, and it's about upliftment of everybody and being a voice to talk to the government, the new government, in what it is going wrong and what it is we need them to deal with. Not protest, but to talk to our government through medium. It is what it is. So the lines are open to you, Trinidad and Tobago. The numbers to call are 225-6644, 225-6644, or 239-5120, 239-5120, or give us a WhatsApp call at 366-3053, 366-3053. WhatsApp call, WhatsApp voice notes, I'm going to play that. But the lines are open to you. What's your front burner? What's supposed to make news that not making news? Mr. Pleasant good morning to Gael, Trinidad and Tobago. Gael the Caribbean, a pleasant good morning to you all. In your thousands, keep letting everybody know where to find the ground report on Gael, on Real Media TT Facebook, Real Media TT YouTube, Corridor Transformation, Workers' Rights Platform. That's what we're talking about. I heard Santa Cruz saying Workers' Rights Platform is a PNM platform. That ain't nothing. We want them here to teach them. Because if we lead them for whoever is in charge, we will have a lost generation. So just what Lennox Smith is teaching and just what we're trying to implement is what I will implement when they come into the media too. When they come into social media, where workers' rights in real platform, that is how it is. Hey, I respect he rights. The people there, them are all right. But at least they could hear we right now, they're listening to us. While we will now educate them, teach them. For a matter of fact, we have to counsel them, because some of them the PNM send mad. Abuse after 10 years. And you get accustomed abuse. You get accustomed that that's the life you want. You can't live a life without abuse. And that's many of them that we have to do therapy with, convert to make sure PNM never raid their head again. They must stay in a position until they will away from 13 seats to 9 seats to 5 seats. For a matter of fact, if it's up to me, in the next general election, it must be none.
Wake up! Oh God, wake up!
Bang. The Ground Report with Mickie K, Andy Williams, and Lennox Smith.
Tell you what we're talking about. So here it is. Let's now communicate, because the government is listening. We have a government that is listening. And most of our ministers listens to the Ground Report program. You call, you give them your support. You call, you need something be dealt with, or you raise a issue that at the end of the day, they may not know, but they're listening, and they will do their best. It is what it is. So let me take some calls. What's on your front burner this morning? Good morning to you, caller.
Yes, good morning. The Ground Report morning. I'm calling from the Princeton area.
Nice, Princeton. What's your contribution on the Ground Report this morning?
Right. What happened is that I had a break-in a year ago, right? And they used to cut the grass. It's a reserve grass, like to the back of my home, and the Plaster Road, and the Plaster Road in Princeton. And what happened is that they now, when I called them, I told them 2 months for them to get it cut. They said that and they would not be able to cut it for me again. And the person who is answering the telephone is very rude. Now, she know that normally when I call them, like about a couple of days, they would come and they would cut it, clean it down. It's in the housing area. But now they say that they can't do it anymore. So I'm wondering who is the person in charge of CPEP. I hope I get some redress because I had a break-in and everything in my house when because of that bush. I've tried wall, but they still breaking and they come in the place. It's now the bush is extremely high and I'm still worried. And it's not by me alone, it's about maybe a few neighbors, but they used to cut it, but since government changed, they told me they can't do it anymore. So I hope somebody's listening, they could help me out. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And you hear your view on the right program. Arnold Roberts listening. Kamala Prasad Bisesa listening. Dave Tanku listening. Defense Minister Mr. Wayne Sturge listening. Oh, I'm gonna call more what? Kadisha Amin listening. Sobers. Come on, man. This is the ground report. It is what it is. They used to listen then. Obviously, they'll be listening now. And you all have a very, very important platform. Very important platform. That you have to make use of it, Because the people ears that you all want listens to this program. Facts. So let me continue the calls. Morning caller, where are you calling from? What's your contribution on the ground report this morning?
Good morning to the ground report, Mr. Andy, Mr. Lennox, Mr. Mickie K. I've been trying to call since when Lennox was talking about Laventille. I'm calling from Sandy Grande. I live in Sandy Grande now. But I am from Laventille. All my stuff, everything about me, I acquired while living in Laventille. In Laventille, I could tell you, I didn't know what racialism thing because the Indian, the Chinese, and we mixed together. But it's after Rowley take government because the people didn't want Rowley, they wanted Manning. And when Rowley get into power, he came in with a vengeance to mash up Laventille. I remember at URP, we were talking about the 1% that if ever beat them, they're mad because beat them house, they have fridge, they have washing machine, they have everything. But listen to me, Rowley came with a vengeance on Laventille to mash it up. I still have my big son there and my grandchildren living in Laventille. They are good, but you see, parents too need to give their children that virtue within themselves to respect themselves. They get the 1% penetrate with all the ants and drugs and all of that, and they break that. The job was to break down, and they did break down Laventille.
Nice, thank you very much.
The Ground Report with Mickie K, Andy Williams, and Lennox Smith.
Hey, Davis Morales is listening. David Nackett is listening. Understand the power you all have. PLM, they used to listen to nobody. You all have a government that first and foremost listen to everybody, But will be listening to the ground report especially. Because you are the people that have been struggling for over the years. You have the people that stand up. Never give up. Barry part up. You're listening. Imagine that. It's a lot. So let me know. You see like them send them it off here on the chat day, like the Patricia Reed, the Smiley, the Slimy and all of them there. I don't have time to study them, you know why? Them is where it's called pests, nuisance, demons that don't like themselves and they don't like nobody at all. Let me tell you why. When them government was in power, they're not holding their government into account. They can't say nothing good that the government was doing, the PNM. And then they was waving the flag, the PNM gonna win again, the PNM gonna win again. The PNM come and lost. They hear statistics, facts, evidence of real misconduct in public office, whereby zero, no money, no ministry. We are in an overdraft of about $1 billion something a month. In the election season, it was about $2 billion, $3 billion. Kamala Prasad says so also, which is a fact. That's why things happening slow. Say not even the fumes them people leave, boy. Oh God, boy. Not even the fumes, you know. And people here, no more people are supposed to get walked, this supposed to go on, all kind of things supposed to go on, boy. And then people go on with the fumes. The fumes. Go with it, but they ain't simply the fumes, boy. All the fumes might be able to catch the fire again and, you know, start a little process. Them do that. And now them same imps, them chupidies and them, jump high, jump low. Now turn around, and them now most moral than anybody. The one Kamala Prasad says she knew government on that month work miracles in a day. The one this fix, look, they ask him, but what about cartel? Will you tell me about cartel, boy? Rain falling, we citizens getting flood out. Places where our citizens don't have water. The roads bad in some places. Come on, man, so much I think the healthcare system in a mess. The education system in a mess. Trinidad and Tobago on the whole in a mess. These people leave a disaster, the PNM. The P&M. Forget about people. Forget about penny, all the P&M. Just brand the P&M. The next opposition coming in power. Them need to die forever. They kill plenty of we citizens. During the COVID, force me to take injections or no work. Either you take the injection or you can't walk. They made the private sector and all force our citizens to take injection that they didn't want. And most of the citizens take that injection because we had no choice. We have rent to pay, children to mine. You're talking bread and butter. We have mortgage. Oh my God. Had no choice to take these injections. Many of them dead. Many of them today suffering still over taking that. And who strong? God, I thank you for blessing those who take them injection and them in dead and they're healthy and they are nothing. Lord, continue to bless them. Make sure they are nothing because they take it by force. Almighty God. And continue to bless them. But them and all regret that they ever did it. But continue to bless them, Lord. All what I said is because of one political party. Forget about the people. Nothing. It don't have a next phase that PNM could bring to convince you the people, unless only on race thing and not on country, to leave the PNM out totally. Them need to die forever. They mash up everything. I listened to Barapo on my way back talking about diversification, which that's a fact and that's what I'm going to preach. So our MPs, our government will understand. Don't tell me about diversification. Tell me about re-diversification. Tell us about that. Because we had cocoa. We had everything. Everything. Our economy was already diversified. We didn't build on it. We mash it up. So it's to build back on something that was already there. And who bring that problem? The PNM. The PNM. Don't trust that party. Them just always wait for people to build back the country. And then they go come with their nonsense. And hand back people in the country and they go hand them back. And then there's always mash it up again. PNM and good. But during Rowley and them and the PNM regime, if I had a wish, one wish, but it had nothing to do with if I could live forever or wherever, no. But if I had a wish to lead the PNM day, but move Rowley and bring back Manning I was taking that wish for the people at Trinidad and Tobago and myself. Because Manning was still better than that. That mash up the PNM. That is it. Penny have no power. Facts. The same PNM that destroyed Trinidad and Tobago, they're still there right now. Facts. Local government elections is coming. We gotta get rid of that emblem, PNM. And I promise you, the people of Trinidad and Tobago, I'm going to Parliament in the next sitting. I'm going to make sure I print up myself with a party symbol. I'm going with a party symbol to enter Parliament as a media man. And let me see if they go put me out. Because that going to create a scene. Because boy, if I can't come in the Parliament with a UNC symbol, but the PNM MPs could go into our Parliament with a PNM symbol on the tie, not representing country. Why do they have a flag of Trinidad and Tobago on the tie or on the collar, but representing a party? And Penny bring back all of that. It says a lot. So it's either if them could wear a Balice symbol in the tie, we can go to our Parliament with a UNC symbol on we tie, on we jersey, on we jacket, on we drawers, wherever we choose.
The Ground Report with Mickie K, Andy Williams, and Lennox Smith.
Yeah. Die. The next fight. We fight and done. You have to make sure the snake dead. The snake have the PNM. We can't afford to leave our children, our grandchildren, our great-great-grandchildren to have to stomach what we stomach while we was alive with PNM. So as part of our legacy, before each and every one of us close our eyes and everybody have to go, must be now to make sure the PNM never, ever resurrect themselves. Where they taxing, lying, thieving, obia, walking, spranging, piping, wicked, bubbly government, baby killers, citizens killers. Don't forget what a loss, and we must forget that. To what? Let them come back and do worse against with children, grandchildren, great-great-grandchildren. Let a new opposition rise in Trinidad and Tobago. PNM must be done like the NAR. And the NAR was done for no reason because of the PNM. It is what it is. It's alleged it's the PNM. It's alleged that people in the PNM had known and had ideas of the coup. And that is what destroyed Robbie government. Everybody turned on Robbie. When he started to raise gas, when he cut the cola, when he had to go to the IMF, when he had to do this. Not thinking. Because it was fanatical back then. I too. I was a PNM. That the man had no choice to do those things. After the PNM, Eric Williams, then Chambers, and then O'Halloran, and after they clean up the treasury. Exactly what went on back then. Oh my Lord, 40, 50 years after. Oh my God, 40 years after. 30 something years after. I'm not too sure to calculate how long. The PNM come and clean up the treasury again. Nothing. No ministry of money. For matter of fact, the ministry is owing. We're in a deficit budget to pay public servants and to make sure all here who are talking to get paid police officers, all who the state is pay. That's how detrimental it is. That's what the PNM did to us. But yet still, why do I rather go through that? But not the smart Trinidadians and Tobagonians. Majority of the people of Trinidad and Tobago don't like abuse, and PNM is abusive government. The majority of the people. The majority of the people that have been through abuse, most of them left their relationships. It have some that will stay because they get a mutate and they cannot live without the abuse. So I want to believe that majority of Trinidad and Tobago, when it comes to abuse, already left that bad man PNM, coffee in your eye, black and blue, swallow up your lip, chop you up, but you're nearly dead, but I see you live. They see your face bent up, one of your breasts gone. That is the PNM I'm explaining in the most graphic way. That is how they treat the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago, all of us. And today, somebody else had to come and try to fix that with nothing. I know, if because of the PNM, Kamala them had to go to the IMF, you know they would want to blame her. But they wouldn't blame the 10 years of destruction of the PNM. $1 trillion they spend and nothing to show for none of we. Owing public servants, owing back pay. All that money pass and run, and nobody get nothing. Them eat all the food. Them sprang in, and only send them to rehab on the 28th of April gone. But here it is. I tell only true, you know. For those of you, only have hope. But you see the people who support PNM, I say in them and I no hope. Rehab or not, some of them will never change. But so long as most of we change, PNM will die a slow death. That is my editorial this morning. And to put in too, that PNM have it as is. I went to my daughter's school, they had to sign up and them kind of bacchanal thing for the new term and the thing in people, right? Right. But many people, I always hear them complaining, I know used to go through it, but I say, boy, when you had to register training school, you had to be paying all set of money. When they pay money for a badge, when they pay money for security, or a PE jersey, or boy dress. Parents don't have to go through all where they're going through. Kamala them have no money to help with no book grant. They ain't change the curriculum where the government go provide the textbooks and the parents just have to organize and just buy the normal stationaries, the uniform. Them things ain't change yet. School go down close and open back. Them still have to organize, settle, and start to know where they're looking for money because the treasury empty. PNM blow it out. It gone. They sprang it out. They smoke it out. Why can't I tell people that they blow it out? The nuclear bomb with money. Where's Sissy? To explain what they do. So I don't know, you know. But I find that is a kind of extra strain on parents. When they are registered the children and it's some places 500, some places 8,000, and that kind of parents are going to get the books and thing too, you know. They are going to buy the uniform and thing too. And then PNM destroy the thing how come them had it before. One child, if a man, God say multiply, if a man have 4 children, and in primary school, one primary school child is about $1,800 to $2,000 to complete them by. And you afford that. Oh, good. And most likely you ain't going to afford that, you know, because I like you make twins or something. We have one now who go in secondary school, school. Oh, God, boy. PNM destroy all of that, you know. And all of we balling, but yet still we quite balling. Freak that, me playing that. I balling. Them balling too, saying great is the PNM, you know. But them is demons to themselves, boy. Everything that was good for the people of Trinidad and Tobago, PNM destroy. Don't call no names, it's the PNM. The PNM is the problem. We must see that after 40-some, 50-some years. Jesus Christ. UNC rain, this will be second time. Basio Pande Kamala and then Kamala again. Robinson rain once. That is it, you know. All the rest is PNM, you know. Rain rule this country, you know. Man, I'm here to really. I really soft because PNM was in power, was going and cost them because they amount of money I spent at their books and them kind of bacchanal thing there. But I can't because this is a new government and them come and meet an empty treasury. I know that the UNC had things in place for parents when it comes to children because education was handless. Just as you all see Kamala Prasad Bisesa win that prize and all those various things. Understand? It was very handless. Everything was in order when it comes to nobody going to school hungry. Everybody had textbooks, the government rotating the textbooks. Everybody had a whether Indian, African, wherever, everybody had to organize and just get stationaries. So in all, you might have spent like $1,000, $1,500, or like $2,000 on everybody if you have 4 or 5 children. That stationaries, uniform, everything. But double that twice, 3 times. 2,000, if you say 2,000 for everybody. That is about 8,000 you'll have to spend if textbooks not involved. Boy. I glad it's PNM mash. Because all we parents still have to find that. We have to organize and handle that. The lines are open, the lines are open. That the pit bull front burner. My front burner is to deal with parents, the amount of parents, over 20-something thousand of them, in various schools, where they entering, where they changing, boy, die more than 20-something, boy. Die thousands, boy, oh my God. As students, after they get the station, the textbooks, the stationaries, the uniform, and they still have to organize and pay the schools money. But they be at 500, 800, 1,000, 1,500 based on the school. Jesus Christ, in this period of time, I think that was good enough to bring us a front burner. That don't mean to say my front burner is your front burner. Whatever is your front burner, you need to raise an issue again to make the public aware and our government aware. The pressure that we are under and that these are the places that they need to channel back certain things to ease our lives. You know, and there's the platform for it. Right, but it's open to you. What's your front burner, Trinidad and Tobago? What's yours? What's supposed to make news that not making news? Let me know where you're calling from. Morning caller.
Yes, Andy. Good morning. This is Marilyn calling from the U.S. I'm literally in Tennessee. And I was looking at you, and I am seeing where you're speaking about some of the kids do not have books, you know. And long ago, people used to come out and donate their books, and probably you could reach out to some people who have the textbook at their house to come out at a certain drop-off point. So the kids who do not have, they can get their different textbooks.
Very good idea. But how we
Yes,
based
sir. I educate 4 kids in that country, and all of them went to prestigious school. Very, very expensive thing, and so that's. I think you all could have some used book drives.
Nice, and that's his option. Oh boy, thank you so much, Tennessee.
No. One more thing I want to stress.
Go ahead.
In the convents, in the Catholic schools, you know, your children go to. Okay, so some of my kids went to Vedic school, some went to Presbyterian school. But when they enter the convent, I am a product of the convent too. I went also. What they will do, the kids who are coming out from the Vedic school, or especially the Vedic school in Pinal, they would, when they enter the convent, they have such a high, grade. They made such a high score. But because of convent, instead of we send them to NAPS or something, we choose Pinal Convent. And what they do, they treat the kids, they treat the student there like if they are second-class citizens. They do not give. For instance, my daughter was the brightest in mathematics. They never allow her to enter the Math Olympia because she's Indian.
Wow.
And that continues up to today, because I keep in contact with my niece went there and she is in UE now doing mechanical engineering. My daughter did mechanical engineering, medicine. You know, we have intelligent kids. And my sister-in-law would say, well, you have to tell my brother, you have to go, otherwise those people there would look at me as a stupid coolie. You know, that is what's going on in these schools. And it is funded by the government or the taxpayers' money. That is something we, Trinidad and Tobago, have to look into. Why deprive the kids who have the ability or the high IQ, as I would say, and keep them down? They are oppressing the kids because of their race.
Understood. And again, that's your front burner, and I'm positive that people understand. That people that understand exactly what you say. That some will be against, that some will be for. But great intention, and you talk your mind, you talk the truth, and that's what the Ground Report is about, Tennessee. Thanks so much, and make sure and let other very important people like yourself, because the garbage man is very important too, the plumber and everybody,
yes,
exactly, and let them across there know to log on to the Ground Report. All Trinidadians.
Yes, my husband and I do. My husband and I do. You know, and we know the Prime Minister. Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Tennessee.
The Ground Report with Mikey K, Andy Williams, and Lennox Smith.
Bang, bang, bang.
Good morning, caller. Where you calling from, and what's your contribution on the Ground Report this morning? Remember, it's all about nation building.
Good morning to all your boys. God, first thing I must say, God bless all your boys this morning. Every day is a different day. I want to say this. I cannot see how people can like PNM, because when Eric Williams was the prime minister of this country, Eric Williams stopped the train line. It was cheap for people to travel. He destroyed that. Eric Williams destroyed cocoa and coffee, agriculture. Yes. Eric Williams, the country has money. This country has money. Oil boom, rice, cane, pitch. You know, everything this country has. Eric Williams paid the people who working hard in the cocoa land, like we. 2 cents a pound, penny a pound, Michelle fig, first class fig with red band. He never cooking pig and other things. And the truck is a pass and they take it up. That man kill agriculture. People start abandoning the estate. That is what he do. Yeah? So the PNM government, all of them come to the strike. When Chambers reaching there, it was problem for he. When Robinson reaching there, Robinson was a good man. What he would have do? What Robinson would have do? He was not a bad person. When Manning went there, Manning could have still do something. Manning didn't show them the country money 2 times. The overall show them will get come back. Manning stopped the gate program. Them could destroy. PNM government is to destroy. Manning bring the gate program. And Rowley stop the gate program. Rowley campaign, he will not stop the gate program. My grandson was a second-year medical student, and he could not afford from third year. And medical students crying all in the road asking businessmen to help them finish study. You hear? So this PNM government is going to destroy. I don't know how people could follow them. All of them should go. Caragon, the camera should move. All of them big PNM going to racket in the office. And Becca's there, she would not do nothing better. According to all here, Becca's have nothing better to do. Because when all the things goes on, everybody's God bless you and thank you.
Thank you very much. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Some people will say, well, why sad? Why the background sad? Because school term going to face all the way, you know what I mean, right? I just talk about her with Miss Tennessee talk there, but she had to understand, I like how she come in the arena, make sure and fight other Trinidad and Tobago and let them know the ground report, right? Even if you've seen some people saying that it's not Tennessee, it's Hennessy. That is something I've seen. I'm reading somebody say there it's not Tennessee, it's Hennessy. Right? Some people say, well, that it's the lady's opinion, that's her experience, and to respect it. Right, Slimy only saying, well, fake. Oh, but go at the end of the day, Miss Tennessee, you made the Tennessee, in fact. Sorry about that, because they're so dumb, they're going to run and say, look, the pet boy say Tennessee too, that is Tennessee, the pet boy just says Tennessee. Yeah, they're so dumb, they will do that. So let me correct myself, and all I correct myself, they're so dumb that they will realize our correction and will still go with that. Right? So, Miss Tennessee, we welcome your contribution. That's your experience, that's your experience.
The Ground Report with Mickie K, Andy Williams, and Lennox Smith.
Nice, let's take some calls. Oh, shucks, boy. It's 10 minutes, I know, feeling like I could go out more distance and all that. What do you say? Yeah, well, those of you on Guyana, I think we'll go look on to Real Media TT, Facebook, or YouTube. Corridor transformation, them thing, and they'll get rid of it. Because I feel I might go a little more over the time. Because real people want to make the contributions and then I have a lot of voice notes. Yeah, I have a lot of voice notes up here. Only of them voice notes and them in too long, you know. I mean, or they can't have it too long at all. Especially when I mentioned PNM need to go forever. People go send some long voice notes because boy, for the time I mention PNM and they just go mad. It's like everybody go, I don't want to see PNM and I going mad too. When I realize that I'm mad.
Andy Williams, this is the same lady from San Fernando, West Diane Pedro just sending this video. So the water we send more and more by I don't know how to count down gallons of water now, boy, but what's going on there? So the rusty pipe bursting by the holes now, right? So take care and have a blessed and wonderful day.
Thank you very much.
Good morning, Krishna here. The next morning and Mickie, good morning. That man they call Rowley, go down in the history book of Trinidad and Tobago, you know. The biggest Obia man and the most lying Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago is Rowley. You ever telling you? Look on it, yeah. Alright.
Bang, bang, bang.
Andy, morning. That one with them slimy, easy was. Every time I ask it, what the government to do for him, he could never answer me. You always in UNC business. Andy, morning. That one with them slimy, easy was. Every time I ask it, what the government to do for him, he could never answer me. You always in UNC business.
Well, good morning, Andy. Listen, morning Trinidad and Tobago. Listen, I'm listening to you, but The criminal come from Laventille, and not Laventille alone, but anybody else, but most of them, as far as I know.
So let me correct that. Because it's the white collar crime criminals that they ain't coming from Laventille at all. They come from the prestige areas. Right? That was our next day, but I'm glad that you mentioned that. And again, that is how to take corrections. Right? So you're so correct, Kenrick Prasad. Yes. I talking about the bag snatchers, the car thief, the this, the that. Right? Comes from the depressed PNM areas. When it coming to the white collar crimes, the smart man thing. Everybody waiting here, what I'm going to say? It come from the prestige. Look, they're waiting to see. I say in the PNM area, but I want to say. Because them is the intelligent ones now. But it's a ground report. It is what it is. It come from the people with the education, with a lot of education. Some people gonna say it, but I'm afraid to say it. Our partner in the studio, you know watch anyway. He watching me like, hey, you're playing smart man. Why you know you say the heinous crimes, the murders, the home invasions, the this, the that, come from the PNM areas. But when it comes to the white colored crime, when it comes to fraud and all them kind of you want to hear what I'm saying, you say, well boy, you know we gonna say there's very educated people areas. But to be fair to me, I'm gonna say what area I'm talking about. But I don't like people badger me. Hey, I don't like people force me. I go say what I say. I, as a man, there's always tell the truth. So for now, because the party trying to force me to say all areas, I'm not doing that at all over nobody telling me what to do. I'm a man of principle. So I'll leave the area for next day. And whether it be Patricia Reed, whether it be Slimy, whether it be Mr. Rima, whether it be whoever they, I live in the areas for next day. Simple, plain talk, bad manners. And I'm only doing that because I don't like people force me. Because a man always talk the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So don't come in them out of time and think in advance at all for me at all. Let me continue my voice notes. Me taking no live calls at all. It's 6 minutes to the hour. Where the hell? I will say tomorrow, lock on to Guyana, the Caribbean, Guyana, Trinidad and Tobago. All the way here, what areas them white collar crime this come from? Right? So look on tomorrow. All of you that work on, whether it be the PNM, Workers' Right Platform, at the end of the day, lock on. I never say that. It's people say that, and again, I don't mind because I was a PNM. And I love each and every one of you that look onto the ground report every day. Whether you like we or you don't like we, it is what it is. It's the only real program. Plain talk, bad manners. I feel I might go like thing. Let me play with them voice notes and them day. Don't pressure me at all. I talk about the heinous crime. Sturge and all of them right now dealing with the white colored crime. All we PNM white colored people thief out all we money. The treasury empty. Cameron and them dealing with that. All the thing, they're doing the thing. Give them some time, man. Give them some time. Give them some time. They're doing the thing. Don't jump with them at all. So let me continue there. Let me continue.
Good morning to the Ground Report family. I have a problem. Pitbull, you could believe it's 2 months now people are getting insulin. I don't know why they're victimizing poor people. It's 2 months. Yesterday I went down in the drugstore. And the man today tell me that look back my paper because I call the the people are them with the medical prescription. The man tell me hold back my medical, right? Because it have no insulin going in 2 months. You understand? So I begging other please to ask what really going on, because you see that beg giving me no answer. All they say that all the people are going to distribute it and that kind of thing. And look how long they say that we getting medication.
Martin, that I hope you them leave it, you know. And Kamala them had to try to fix it because they don't want nobody dead. But what I feel you're trying to say is you went to the public pharmacy, whether it be a health office or a hospital, to try to get your medication, or whether you be a part of ZDAP, the CDAP medication or whatever. And when you go, you can't get no insulin. It's about 2 months now. Insulin, some people really need insulin. Insulin is very expensive. You have to buy that. And I tell some people that's diabetics. I think they need that really, really bad, diabetes. And we have a lot about diabetics in this country. A lot. So, to our government that are listening, that is something very, very serious. We know you all meet that day, nobody. Wow. But you all have to see, because, again, all they go end up, because of the transfer of power, having to, all their people debt, they go end up on all their hands. And we don't want that at all. So, anybody that listening and whoever and have the ears of our various ministers, MPs, or whoever, just give them an idea that diabetics, people that have diabetes, not getting insulin. One person say 2 months now. We don't know how it go in the other parts of Trinidad or Tobago. Right? That was very important. Thanks so much for the information. Thanks so much. Go ahead. Where are you calling from, caller? What's your contribution?
I call him up Santa Flora. Right?
Go ahead, Santa Flora.
Morning to everybody. My contribution is they mash up this country from beginning. You know. The first thing they do, they finish out with the train, which was one of the most easiest thing to maintain. Train gone. They closed down Caroni. They could have given the farmers back to run. They closed down Petrotrin. We know what they do with the how you call it, the Pitch Lake. We still in limbo with that. We ain't sure what they do with that. They closed down, they killed the rice farmers from producing rice in this country. They killed the cane farmers with the factory. They killed cocoa, coffee, rice. Palaseco had agriculture place where there's a plant, all kind of vegetables and planting and things. All that gone through the window. They had milk in cattle in the dairy all over the country. All that gone through the window. And people still not seeing this way. I don't know what to say about people. People should have just say to have no more PNN. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Andy Williams and Lennox Smith and Mickie K. Roller to be Trinidad and Tobago. Good morning. You see that conversation with that shooting at that man up by me here, Mount St. George? That conversation, let me make it make sense. 74 years old, suffering with Alzheimer's, not hear properly. One I not see from. What attack he could attack you? You're a young man. And he's an old man. You have the advantage over him, because how could he come to you with a knife and you carry your hand and take out the knife and drop it on the ground as an old man? How you come now to say the man attack you? But it 3 shot you give him. 3 shot, and you call your friends and them to come and pick him up, to carry him away in the hospital without the family then knowing. Carry him away. And when you gone up in the hospital, the family gone up in the hospital, all you register him as a menace at that and John Doe. That is a man that lived in the village for years. He ain't no John Doe. He, the little boy, know him because he damn neighbor. He know him. But he's so trigger happy and like to use gun that he just 3 shot for old man where he could do you. And he was in a box as he wasn't even dressed. His daughter said he does go for a little walk every morning, and when he come back, he does knock she door and call. She say, you think he dey home? So he knock in the door. You talking about man come to attack you. And your friends and them cooking it up for you. And then the policeman in Tobago, Eli, who in charge, he's saying a thorough investigation will be put into this arson attack, and everybody saying no fire, no there, no way there. So why they doing them thing there? I want Mr. Alexander to be inside of it. Let the Homeland Security get in this thing here. This is nonsense. An old man, everybody know him in the village. He don't trouble people. He don't attack nobody. He will call you because he realize he feel you're not answering. The man will call you because he feel you ain't want to answer him. But the man, we don't know that is his daughter, we know that he don't hear. So he go call you, and when you answer, he feel you're not answering, but you have to shake your hand for him to know, yes, you hear what he say. What this man could do, what he could do, trigger happy, these little boys that they give guns say is police, and all of them cooking up for one of them is the most police vehicle I've ever seen in my village in 3 days. And when you call them for something, they don't come. You go down there and make a report, they still ain't coming, but they come for that because they want to cook up the partner thing. Don't follow that nonsense what you hearing there, you know? Because everybody in Mountain George know that man, and if they come around and ask, he ain't no menace. He's not a menace. They're too liar than...
Wow, tomorrow I want to play that over for the many that will be on, because I don't think we on Gael no more, but wow. That had to play back. I had to keep that Mother Bernie there. Wow, wow, wow.
Andy and Lennox, as he carry a build, find him out. He come out and he went on some old derelict boat somewhere in Chagarama, say, and saying that how it have a sort of wreckage there, and it's seeping oil in the environment and damaging the environment with pollution. But like he now see them boat there, where he was for the last 10 years. They wasn't there for the last 10 years under the PNM, when he is supporting the PNM. He called on this government to clean up that. We feel them both blocking our water course in Chaguanas and some area with like where the government cleaning up our water. Why he ain't get a crew and go and clean it up? All the time. You're back in this PNM for the last 10 years. You didn't see any boat on them day. Now you're seeing it spilling all kind of pollution in the environment, and you're seeing it now. And they're begging Kamala to come and do that. But you're trying to undermine she not to get into power. You see all them so wicked? All they zip all their lip. All they had tip all kind of things for the last 10 years. But now all them out open. Huh? All they want things done right now. Gary, you wanna organize the crew and get them to come and pick up them boat and move it out, right? And do what you gotta do. You ain't gonna force the government to do nothing before time. Right? I agree with you, they had to move, but don't come out here and bump your gum like that. People know who he is. Have a good day, long report.
Morning. Andy, good morning. Rolando here. Morning, Mickie and Lennox. Andy, I listened to a clipping from Pastor Google on the TC show. But that Pastor only got idiot. He say everybody will lose the contract from TC. But he don't understand the PNM Lake Bamsing, I like K-Park. Everybody had to go to PNM. He don't understand. He still want to hold on what he has. That clown, that Lake K-Park man, Pastor Pangulo. The man is no pastor, boy, there's a pastor. The man is a K-Park with the committee, the other man want to. Every contract with PNM handle this to revoke it. Everyone you have to revoke all those contracts and start looking into the contracts. Because they're just giving them guys money to buy weapons. Pastor will buy weapons with the money. I give it to all the kids because they think he's a pastor, he's teaching correct. Man, I think we need to get rid of that clown. We need to down that mass with program so nobody, not even one US with program. So you need to get out of of the TV because the man looks so snobby with the big fat nose in front of the TV. Okay, Andy, talk to you later, my friend. Bye.
Good morning, Andy and Lennox. I watched the news last night and I see an incident happening in Tobago where some taxi driver man who used to drive two children to and from school. He raped two little girls, one is 15 and one is 12 years, right? And he impregnated the 15-year-old one. And that report was made to the police since March month, and that man's still out driving around the place, right? Free as a bird. The mother made a complaint and begging for help last night on the news. Roger Alexander, where you call them PPPS up in Tobago and give them a good tongue lashing because they have this man who's a child molester raping two little girls and driving around free as a bird. What's wrong in this country? Eh? All these things happen under the PNM, you know. The PNM police. Them fellas and them to get the acting order and deal with the driver man. He should be in jail and he should get some cat o' nine too. Eh? Two little minors you gone raping and you doing that in that business a long time now? Just because the mother is a poor lady or they want to take action? TTPS or they wake up here or they too wicked outside here. Or they said that molesters running around the place. Who knows what you may be doing right now, that wicked taxi man. Deal with them here. Have a good day, Andy.
Good morning, Ground Report. St. Joseph Lady here. Good morning to all the listeners, Andy, Lennox, Mikey. I just wanted to make two comments. First of all, we're still hearing about this old flip deco board. These adult people who supposedly so qualified this, that, and the next. You all have no pride, no self-esteem. Resign and go your way. Resign and go your way. Get out. Mrs. Kamala Persad-Bissessor is the new Prime Minister. Wake up. You're just intent on making mischief. Oh, geez, it's unbelievable. Anyhow, Mrs. Persad-Bissessor said she has a plan. I'm just hoping that plan happens right now because they're already making trouble. Next point. I saw a report in one of the online news report that students who wanted to go away to the US to study, and now the US not accepting applications as yet. And these same students who prepared to leave Trinidad, go to the US, pay for lodging, pay for tuition, which is in US dollars. These students saying that the government should increase the amount of gate loans so that they could study in Trinidad. Did I hear right? No, man. No. If you had all that money, you don't need these loans. You already have it in the bag. Come on, man. All you make some sense now. This place is real jokey in Trinidad, you know. Y'all have a good day. St. Joseph here again. These board directors really quite upsetting. And if Mrs. Persad-Bissessor could take one more suggestion, change the locks on the doors and rescind their passes and advise security these people are not to enter the premises. All the email passwords are to be deleted. No. They cannot continue with this foolishness. What rubbish is this about staying on and the good of the country? Where was that? The PNM appointed you. Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh.
Good morning, Mikey, Lennox, Andy. I am calling to congratulate our Prime Minister, Mrs. Bissessor, the Honorable Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago. Congratulations. It's not surprising that she won. She's a lady with class, and we all are proud of her. I can always say I'm always proud when she's our Prime Minister. Any part of the world she can go and she's appreciated. God bless her, and I thank you, God, for giving her that privilege. All right, thank you. God bless you.
Good morning, Ground Report. This is Shagonas. The video I just sent you is for the mother of the nation. She is the greatest woman ever set foot in Trinidad and Tobago. She worthy to be praised as the mother of the nation.
Prince, and good morning, Andy and Lennox. Well, and everyone on the line. Well, one of my concerns is actually we should have a call center. Again, I mean, I'm asking open. This is just my opinion. That we have a call center with people with different issues, be it roads, lights, water, whatever it is. Have them have a designated number that they could call. Then have an operator divert those information to the different various entities. Because, I mean, let me put it in context. You know, the Minister of Works or Transport or whatever, you can't really you personally can't get to them, right? Until something happens or until you could see something visible, you know, be it by news, media or whatever, then they'll get our problem fixed. So if you have a number on that, we could get that information to them, and that agency or whatever disperse whatever, just so they could have everything right up on against them, you know, on their desks or whatever. So maybe think about that idea and maybe see if we could get some kind of communication with the people on the ground to the people who are on top. You understand? All right. Blessings, everyone.
Morning, everybody. Yeah, so I am disturbed when I hear people using terms like your fellow countrymen are evil or wicked or bad, or even stupid. The people of Trinidad and Tobago and the politics that run our lives, unfortunately, by design, for many decades, has been designed to be adversarial. It was designed that way deliberately so that the ideologies and the interests of a very few get into the halls of government. How does it do that? By getting the masses to be divided along something. In many different countries, it could be anything. It could be religion, it could be tribal, it could be all manner of things. In our case, it's race. Okay? Because we are a democracy, every vote counts. You get into the halls of power via votes. You have to get those votes. You have to capture those minds. How do you capture those minds? You get them to see an enemy in your fellow citizen and see them as an existential threat to yourself. They are a threat to you. So you must unite under this banner, this party, to get into power so that they don't. That's the secret sauce. In the meantime, a secret society of financiers will have their way, will have the halls of governance. It's happened, I mean, you're talking PNM, so in the PNM case, with a French Creole with the face of Madden was replaced by Syrian, or like they call them 1%, in the face of Rowdy. And in my humble opinion, my conspiracy theory, the Chinese Communist Party injected their money into the Stuart Young faction. That's what it is. And don't believe, I know this is a UNC station, don't believe that the UNC is not immune to that, or is immune to that. It is not. I firmly believe some manner of attempt by financial interests within the PNM are who were responsible for the palace coup in the UNC that tried to remove Miss Bissessa. They failed for whatever reason. But don't believe that they are impervious to it. The reason why the PNM may be more susceptible is because the PNM is the major party of this country. For the simple fact that they have been in governance more for much longer than anybody else. Right? Your fellow citizen is captured. Do not refer to him as evil. Okay? And furthermore, we need to develop a better system of governance, a political system that doesn't focus so much on winning elections to defeat somebody, but how do we collaborate, all of us, as many of us as possible, when it comes to governance? More interest groups, more ideologies, more interests having a say, and their say, not relying on anybody else's voice. I do not agree that the secret to unity is everybody must agree to unite under one party. Nope. You will just reintroduce the problem. All a financial interest have to do is capture that party and we're back to square one. We need to introduce more interest groups, more ideologies into governance. And I've suggested proportional representation in the House of Representatives. Different groups in society, whether it's based on your job or your station in life, should be in the House of Representatives. That will form the base of our governance system.
Oh boy, that was the last voice note. I see somebody was calling, I was going to answer, but they don't go on, so. Thanks so much for locking on to the Ground Report. You all could have chosen anywhere else to lock on, but you all choose the Ground Report. I'm Andy Williams, better known as the Pitbull of Radio from the Ground Report, yes. On behalf of the team, same time, same place, from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. So until tomorrow morning, please God, we are out of here.
The Ground Report with Mickie K and Andy Williams.
Folks, don't forget corridor transformation tonight. Yes, he did mention that corridor transformation for night. So you all make sure lock on to our very own Lennox the Mighty Smith. Tonight again from 8 o'clock, corridor transformation. Thanks so much for reminding me, buddy.
With Mickie K, Andy Williams, and Lennox Smith.
Bang, 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 bang.